Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? You are live? Hey! Hello, guys. Hello, Super Knight. Hello, Robin. 10 seconds late, sus. Keep forgetting it's an hour ahead. Oh, yeah. Apologies to the people who usually work off of EST. I didn't realize that daylight saving had kicked in, so my bad. For future streams, I will be adjusting the time that the time that the stream is scheduled for to account for that. But yeah, for this week, I forgot to factor that in. I demand VIP. You're gonna have to make a better case than that, Charlie. You're going to have to compel me. Live in some sort of way? I suppose so. Hello to everyone who survived daylight saving time. I do find it a little annoying to have to keep checking in between, because I don't know exactly when it happens for each and every region of the world, but yeah, no problem, still here. Will it be earlier or later then? Now that is math that I'm not prepared to do just at this point in time. Hello everyone, hello. I thought it's in like July. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I need to keep checking every now and then how the Australian time matches up with the EST, because that's what I use when I'm scheduling my streams and putting up the waiting rooms. So, I hate daylight saving. My sister's now 3 hours ahead of me instead of 2. Amen. It is quite annoying, isn't it? By the way, I forgot to ask, but what do you think about the Amaris Blue situation? I think it is... From what I've seen, she seems to be a very, to put it mildly, disturbed individual who seems to be both connected to the internet at the hip and who seems to, well, let's just say her conditions seem to be exacerbated by being on the internet, which is a very unhealthy combination. It is a very messy, it's a very messy example of how being a content creator can really mess you up. It is screwed, yeah, absolutely. She has no defenses against the internet, yeah. Some people, it sounds cruel to say, but some people just shouldn't be content creators. Because doing this, it's by no means the hardest job in the world. There are several occupations that are leagues more difficult than this. But it requires a degree of mental fortitude that simply not everyone has. And if you come into this space with certain personality traits, certain anxieties, deficiencies, etc., etc., the internet will make you much worse. The Lazarus Girl, average clown goblin, yeah, probably. But I'm still on the fence as to how much of it is mental illness and how much of it is just being extraordinarily manipulative. It's probably a combination of both, but yeah, it's a real mess. Prince, welcome to the stream. I'm leaving this on while I catch Z's. Perfectly understandable. What's J-Man talking about? The Amaris Blue situation. The VTuber who quote-unquote came back from the dead. So, I just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping before we start the collab with Peter. So, as some of you may have heard, Peter is about to... He's managed to make it into a VTuber Corp that's about to... I think a newish VTuber Corp that's about to launch its first gen, if I'm remembering correctly. So, as per usual, I know that a lot of you will know him from us and what we've talked about regarding Bond EN, Bond Live EN, but I ask that for this stream, you avoid bringing up Bond while he comes on, mostly because he's made it very clear that he just wants to move on from the entire situation. I don't blame him at all, because, well, We all know how that went for him, so yeah, if you could, please avoid bringing up anything to do with Bond Live. Also, the recent Wachter situation being something that I would prefer I would prefer you guys to avoid bringing up around Peter as well. Mostly because if you're going to start out in a new agency and you have controversy around a company that is as infamously litigious as 910 Inc., probably best to just leave that one untouched. So, yeah. New jobs are always nice. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hug for Peter. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. I'd really appreciate it. I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but it's just in case. What? Yes. If you're curious about that, though, after I brought it up, feel free to go check out False's recent video, because he's pretty much got a pretty comprehensive breakdown of what exactly 910 Inc. has been up to within the first few minutes of his vid. So, well, I hardly know her. Amen, amen. Maybe make a pin in the chat. That's a good point, Jane. I should probably do that. Also, we have the Nova Alchemy microdrama? What is that? I haven't heard of that. Unless it's something to do with V-Card, which I doubt. Have a good stream, chat and boss. I'll proceed to conk. I hope you have a good rest, Prince. Yeah, it's the Wachter thing. Hold on. I'm debating as to whether it would be a good idea to put it as a pinned message, though, because it's sort of like this this constantly flashing thing. So I'd wager it's probably better. I would assume that people coming in late would probably know not to as well. But Yu-Gi-Oh! VTuber drama, if you could believe that. Huh. I haven't looked into that. I might do so. But yeah. Oh, I have a surprise for you guys. So, I was talking to Peter about this behind the scenes, because when we were talking about Harry from the ex-Nexus, the Nexus CEO, when we were doing that stream, a lot of you may remember that Peter popped up during that. Join in poking a little bit of fun at it. So, by his suggestion, hold on, let me see if I can switch scenes here. We've come up with a nice and cozy backdrop on which we can have this little discussion about so-called cultural differences that these these tech bros and entrepreneurs from Japan keep wandering into this space with. So, looks good. I hope it looks cozy. We're going to be spending the next few hours in here. Did you find a sauna? No, I did one better. We managed to construct one just for this stream. It's a small thing, but small touches like this are what I live for. The Nova Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing seems like an issue of communication? Huh, interesting. Again, I haven't heard of this prior to this stream, so I'll go check it out afterwards. Charlie, thank you for the 2. All these Canadian VTubers look the same. You can't say that, Charlie. The smoke effect really sells it. Amen, amen. So, with all of that out of the way, I just want to get through the usual disclaimers, right? Nothing as formal as what we usually do. But, as I always say, we are going to be bringing up maybe here and there we'll bring up some examples of practices or conduct that you should avoid in this space. But, as always, that is not a license to go and harass or in any ways contact any of the people that we bring up over the course of this stream, right? We're going to keep it civil. We're going to keep it isolated to just our spaces. Oh, Peter, thank you for the 200 yen paying for the sauna session. Yes. My domain expansion is making a sauna appear. Actually, now that we have all of this set up, hold on. Let me see if I can call Peter and get him in here. Now that we have our space to go to. Hold on. Hello?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you fine. Can you guys hear Peter?
Okay.
Is everything working fine on the audio end?
Uh, yeah, it's working okay. Yeah, totally fine. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Thank you so much for this sauna session.
No, no problem. More than happy to have you here. Hold on. Let me
Okay.
walk the avatars on there. Hold on. Uh, I forget how funny your little Fugi looks.
Yeah, I wanted more of those, but the artist was wasn't like a big fan of like doing like trace artwork. So like yeah, that was the only one I got. But yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah,
Hold on. Let me flip you around so that it looks okay. There we go. Excellent.
gotcha.
Th-
Okay, all
This just
right,
looks
here
so
we go.
funny. All right. So, hold on, let me just bring up the slides on the stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the people that don't know you, would you like to just give a little bit of an introduction as to who you are, etc., etc.?
Okay, all right, totally. All right, yeah. Hello, chat, ladies and gentlemen, domo, konnichiwa. I'm Peter Boxy. For people who do not know, I was a manager for a mysterious agency. Wink, wink. Well, to be honest, I had been working for like four other agencies in the past. Yeah, the last one wasn't the first one I worked for, but yeah, I do have decent amount of experience being a manager for VTubers, and also I do have some experience being a VTuber for 3 years. Outside of that, I've been around like the streaming industry for probably around like 10 years, so I do know like the Japanese side of history of how VTubing blew up, if that is the correct word to say. But yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm really excited for this collab, and yeah, I'm really looking into this amazing sauna session today.
Amen. I've this has been a topic that I've wanted to broach for a while now because I've had multiple times where both myself and my community have been very curious as to how the Japanese side of the industry works, especially from a
Yeah.
behind the scenes perspective, someone who's very familiar with the differences in terms of the streaming culture over there, VTubing culture over there, as well as the
Mhm.
management culture over there as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm really glad that you were able to come on here. One of the
Yeah.
first, one of the
Hmm.
biggest differences, I suppose, because for those, again, to just give extra context to you guys in chat, when I first started talking to Peter, it was because of the Nexus AniLive thing. And one of the things that I was most curious about, and one of the first things that I ended up asking you, Peter, was
Yeah.
what is with the whole mobile app thing that all of these streaming companies, these entrepreneurs from Japan, seem to really want to bring over to the Western VTubing scene as well? Because, yeah, over here
Hmm.
we have like a duopoly between just YouTube and Twitch, but it seems like over
Yeah.
there you have a whole bunch of other things that are really popular that people keep trying to export.
Yeah, so mainly I'm gonna say like a strong, really strong, like there are more than like what you're showing right now, but like there's more other streaming platforms. But I'll say for the main streaming platforms in Japan right now is some people also do Twitch, so keep that in mind. But like Twitch is not as big because there's two main platforms. Twitcast and Irium YouTube, these three are pretty huge, I'll say. Like VTubing is huge on YouTube, but Irium itself is pretty much where you kind of build up your career. Twitcast. I'll come back about Twitcast later. There's
Fair
like a
enough.
lot of history about Twitcast. But yeah, yeah, I just think that they just think that it'll work in like the Western marketing because like no other companies actually doing it. But the issue is that Twitch and YouTube is just more dominant in the Western culture, so it's just a little hard to like just jump into it. And like also how like the agency business has been going on like the English side right now. It has been like really hard at the moment. So yeah, I think like first when they do think about starting their business, they don't really have the picture why things aren't working over here, and then they just hop in, just try to like bring over the Japanese stuffs, and yeah, like because they don't like really study about the culture and like why things are not working. That's where they get canceled. I think that's like the pretty much reason why things have been working how it has been.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. One thing that
Hmm.
I was curious about though is there a sort of is there some sort of like cultural thing in Japan that makes it so that these mobile apps start off more popular? Because
Um.
they're the I would assume that it was
Mhm,
because with YouTube and Twitch over here, one of the
mhm.
reasons as to why they are such dominant platforms was mostly because uh, they were well, YouTube was one of the first video hosting platforms to crop up over here. With Japan, what would be the reasons as to why the mobile apps have become so dominant in your opinion?
So, I'm gonna talk about Twitcast and also Nico Nico Doga. Nico Nico Doga is like where the otaku culture really growed into the Japanese culture. It was pretty popular, but they didn't really like released a mobile stuff. So, sorry, I my bad. I'm a little mess right now. Okay,
Nah, no
so
problem.
about Twitcast. Twitcast is pretty much a Japanese Twitch. If like that's the easiest way to describe what Twitcast is. And like, I'm pretty sure it came out maybe even before Twitch came out. I'm not 100% sure. I didn't did the research, but to really make it easier to understand. The difference with Twitcast and also Twitch is that on Twitcast you could actually stream from your phone. Uh, so the difference, I'm pretty sure this is where the mobile stream got really big, huge in Japan because Twitcast was one of the mainstream platform when streaming got popular in Japan. And then, um, yeah, get like, uh, how should I describe this? So Twitcast, yeah. So when the mobile bubble started, like when people start using smartphones, when Apple starts selling iPhones, and like when like everyone will start like having their own smartphones. Basically, uh, I don't know when Twitcast started their business, but like they basically just add a feature where you could actually just stream from your phone, just go live on from your phone. And also they also do have a feature where you just need to click one button and you could collab with other people. This collabing system is like really tied in to VTubing because basically this streaming system was like what made like the Totsu streams and those type of stuffs really popular in Japan, and it got transferred to VTubing, like the nowadays culture of VTubing. So like I'll say like that's where like these collab stuffs really started for the VTubing scene. About Twitcast, a lot of people that like when VTubing wasn't a thing, a lot of people did use like a ping artwork or like just a artwork of your image character and have been streaming on there. This is like where this is when like before Kizuna Eye like just started ish type of
So
thing.
around
Like
like the
there wasn't like
2017, like that kind of era.
yeah, pretty much. And then yeah, so like so pretty much like people that were really into like the otaku culture that who didn't really want to show their face but still wanted to stream basically just used a artwork and had streamed. People had grown and to add in a little bit of information, I wouldn't really name people who actually joined, but like people in Holo Live and also Niji JP, some of the members are actually they were actually like big streamers from Twitcast way back when they just started in the agency. Like I think a safe person to actually name on the stream will be Mike Neko because Mike Neko consistently actually streams on Twitcast for a fact.
Fair enough. I mean, I think for the people who've been watching Hollow for a while, I think
Yeah.
Mano Alloway, as short of
Hmm.
a stint as she had in Hololive, was also someone who was found to have started off as a Twitcast streamer. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I would assume that at
Uh,
least over
mhm.
there on that side of the JP VTubing scene, streaming on
Yeah.
Twitcast would probably be a sort of a nice, easy thing to have on your resume if you are applying or auditioning to join a larger VTubing corpo. Or do you also have streaming orgs over there, right?
Yeah, I did stream on Twitch. This was like I did stream on Twitcast before like yeah, like before I started Peter Boxley. This was to be honest, it's like 10 years ago like where like I did so yeah, about streaming, I also did stream on Twitcast like almost like 10 years ago. Was a decent streamer on there, was like pretty well known ish at the moment, but like because yeah, like there was a job that I wanted to like that I was like really wanting to do. I kind of gave up streaming at that moment. And then next thing I know, like a lot of famous streamers were gone, and then yeah, like when I researched, they were in these big like some big corporations or like doing VTubing. Yeah.
Damn. Okay. So you mentioned
Mhm.
before how I suppose one of the more popular strategies that individual streamers would use to grow on platforms like
Yeah.
Twitcast would be collabs. So,
Yeah.
how would you describe, I suppose, because over here we also have a similar kind of thing in the West where, especially among
Hmm.
smaller indie VTubers, right? You very
Hmm.
often hear people talking ad nauseum, ad infinitum about how important collabs are to growing and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
when you, because you have experience with both streaming culture, VTubing culture in the West and in the JP scene. So I was wondering if
Hmm.
if there were any differences in terms of how those two groups approach the importance of collabing as a means of growth, and what those differences, if any, well, how would you describe them?
Um. So, um, this is a little hard one because it really depends on like collabs really depends on streamers
Hmm.
because like
Yeah, for sure.
like yeah, like some people will generally just like say okay, let's just do this collab and really not prepare anything. They just like hop in, play the game, and just make clips off of it. I think I might be wrong. I could be wrong, but like I think like on the EN side, that is more common. When the JP side, they will actually prepare like um a how do you call this
They'll do like
that
they'll
they
prep material and stuff for the collab or something like that.
pretty much yeah like prep material and stuff, and then yeah, build up the stream and just yeah like try to have like the most impact in these collabs. I could be really wrong about this part of like the EN side that they don't prep material stuffs, but About the JP side, like a lot of times it's like really like built in like what's gonna happen in like the streamers' minds. Like
Huh.
they're yeah.
So it's like more of a it's less of a I suppose an impulsive thing, or would you say that
Hmm.
on the EN side there's more of a social aspect to it than there is on the JP side? Because from what you've described, it sounds very content geared. As
Yeah,
the norm
yeah.
sounds very content geared on the JP side. Whereas I know for a
Um,
fact that on the EN side, a lot of smaller indies approach
mhm,
collabs not just as a means to make content, but as a means to
yeah,
network and make friends as well.
yeah. In the JP side, it's more mm, like for content creators, like they don't really want to share their viewers to other streamers for a fact because I don't know if this is actually a good term to say, but like because like they will kind of lose. There is a chance that they'll lose their like uh
They're
person
worried
that would
about like
donate to.
leeching, I would assume, because
Yeah.
yeah, that's also a fairly common concern over here as well.
Yeah, so like JP streamers are really cautious about it. Like once when you get like a decent like big enough, like people are going to be really careful about like picking people who to collab most of the times. But it yeah like I'll say it's probably the same when they like when streamers are small, that like they start like networking, try to like build up a community audience and like get to know people. But once when the J people, if they get big enough, like they are going to be like really careful about who to collab. That's something that I'll say about the Ian side. I'm not 100% sure about that part.
I would say for the inside, that's also a fairly common concern that people have, where
Yeah.
very often what you will see in terms of these these interpersonal spats that emerge between individual content creators that collab with one another is usually these little conflicts that arise because one creator accuses the other of trying to steal their viewers or their donators or their whales or something along those lines. But for
Hmm.
the JP side, in terms of what you would vet for, I would assume that when
Hmm.
when you're looking to collab with somebody, the way that you'd vet is looking for looking at their content, their persona, their audience, etc., etc. But I mean, at least from your experience, what do you look to vet for when you're planning a collab with another creator?
Personally, or like from a JP point of view?
Both, both.
Both. Personally, if it sounds fun,
Fair enough.
because like for just to like just for transparency, when I brought up this collab, like I'm the one that actually brought up this collab to Sir Armchair, but like I was like yeah, like if we actually done the sauna meme as a stream, like the sauna thing is such a meme material. So I was like, I'm just gonna like throw this to Armchair and see if you actually down for it or not. And like, yeah, I was like, yeah, like, it just sounded fun, so I just asked. But like if it becomes like about like JP point of view, like business type of things, I will say that if they could actually be good business partners as a streamer, like
Mm.
that's where I think like the people actually really would like care about. Like for example, like if they have how much like effect that they'll have on Twitter, how much effect they'll have on YouTube, those things I think that they will care a lot. Yeah.
So it's very much weighing it up as if it is some sort of formal partnership, or at least even to some extent like a sort of transaction, right? How much do I gain from
Right.
exposure to your audience versus how much do you gain from exposure to my audience, etc., etc.
Yeah, kind of. Like I was pretty huge with collabs in the past when before I started doing like when I started working as a manager, but I got kind of tired of like how I really need to um like act in a business manner type of thing. So that's why like I kind of stopped doing collabs.
Huh.
And also, I'll just say that I was mad busy with like um, being a manager, so that's also
Fair.
one more reason. But yeah, yeah,
When
but
you say sorry,
mhm.
sorry, yeah. Do you mind if I just pop in with a question based off what you just said?
Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah.
When you say that you got tired of sort of having to juggle the whole like business minded aspect of looking for collabs and doing collabs, etc., so you decided to switch over to being a manager. Was it
Yeah.
sort of a a sort of a fuck it, I have to do this as if it's like a formal business. I might as well just do it as a formal business anyways.
Uh, it's like kind of yes. Like it's just that um, in collabs, like if the person that you're going to collab has like a good amount of numbers, like if they like if you make one huge mistake, and definitely if this is like mm, mm, well if this is a um. mm, what is the good wording for this? Give me one
Like if you
second.
do a if you
Um,
make a yab in front of a like a large audience, something like that.
yeah, well, pretty much like if you like make one, if you screw up like by like saying just one thing, you could get canceled. So um, or canceled, or the person could be running after you. So I'm like, I just got
Damn.
tired about that one.
So
Yeah. So
it just became a bit too cutthroat. So
yeah, and majority of the time when it becomes about VTubing, because the majority of people that who watch VTubing is male audience. If that, yeah, from my understanding is like 80% male audience, 20% female audience most of the times, and then if you're collabing a female streamer, like they are not going to be happy that their Oshi is collabing with some
fair
random
enough.
cringe armor dude. So
Yes,
yeah, yeah. So
that's understandable. It does sound
yeah,
very similar to a lot of the stuff that we have going on here. So it doesn't sound like there's too much in the ways
y-
of, I suppose, cultural differences in terms of how the content is made and how the audience reacts to it.
yeah. I think that part is pretty much as the same. Few things like this is not going to be anything related to collabs,
Hmm.
but just about the Japanese culture. But few things that might well at this point people might know, but Japanese like work environments or Japanese from the Japanese culture, people really don't care about other people's mental health and those type of things.
Yes.
So yeah, um, that is something that makes the JP streaming environment a little bit toxic because
Hmm.
people could get a little selfish about
Fair enough.
streaming. So, yeah.
What would
So,
be your biggest
mhm.
criticism of just JP work culture when it comes to things like streaming in general?
I'll say that. Give me one second. Let me look up the word because it relates to the part I mentioned that people don't care about mental health or
Hmm.
they aren't too caring about others. I'll say few things from my experience is that like streamers could be really backstabbing in the
Ah,
JP culture.
yes. I think
Does that make
that's. I
sense?
think I've heard whisperings of the same kind of thing being the case in the EN side of VTubing as well.
Got it, got it. Yeah, that is something that yeah, I'll say like it's more um just from my experience, people will actually try to get close to you to learn learn or trying to gain numbers, and after they actually get the numbers, like they will just like pretend that they didn't know you.
Ah,
Like
yeah.
yeah, that is
Unfortunately, yeah, that does seem to be quite like a kind of universal thing across both the EN and JP side.
yeah, I'll say like it might not be a JP thing. Like if we really want to talk about like JP difference, it might be better to talk about like stick with the mobile apps part because
I mean, that's fine. Like, I
Um,
don't mind. I don't
yeah.
mind if you just talk
Hmm.
about your experiences in general, because it does sound like you've
Um,
had a
hmm.
long time, and like you spent quite a lot of your career going through
No.
the motions of what it's like to stream
Uh,
and manage, a career on these
uh,
platforms.
Gotcha. So, I'll just say like just this is just a quick, easy story. Like with the first agency I had worked for, yeah, like so there were like it wasn't a big agency. It was like a starting agency for a fact, and there were like four streamers that were pretty talented, and but they really didn't know like how to grow. Like agencies in Japan are more it's they're places where to like learn how to stream. It's like more like a like school, not school, but like
Almost
it's
like a
not
boot
like
camp or something, right?
kinda. Yeah, I'll say like that is the correct direction. And at that moment, like I was the person that had like the most numbers inside of that eight. I wasn't like a talent, but like as a manager, was the person that had like the numbers in there and had like the experience. So like I just wanted them to become like really good allies as streamers, so I pretty much told like everything what I knew, and then after like they learned the stuff, they yeah kind of um like ditched me basically.
The agency
So
or the talents.
the talents, the agency itself is also pretty messed up because so. Well, I'm just gonna like the positive side is that I was able to put my foot in like being a manager, start my
Hmm.
career as a manager. But for the first 4 months, I did not got paid from the agency at all. Yeah, like it might have been 6 months, but I'll just say 4 months because I'm pretty sure that. And they promised me to pay like $2,000 a month ish in JP yen, but like at the end of the day, like I only got paid $500 for like the last 3 months that I worked for them.
Damn, what the hell? That's a massive scam.
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is that they honestly were making more money for a fact. So,
Oh, so did you never have like a formalized contract with them? Was it just supposed
um,
to be a sort of gentleman's agreement to pay you according to a certain amount by a certain time?
I kept asking them to like actually hand me over a contract. They like just kept extending. Like this part is on me because like I shouldn't had wait for that. Like I should probably just left the agency itself.
Fair enough.
But yeah, like that's on me. Like I should. But at the same time, like I just wanted to like actually had a step in as a manager and I did had other incomes, so I was like, okay, well, it's not the best, but yeah, I kept working for them, and then at the end of the day, the CEO basically got canceled for doing some crazy stuffs.
Well, are you allowed to say what exactly went on with that agency?
So I'm gonna talk a little stuffs about Irium.
Sure.
So Irium in Japan is more close to being a PinkTuber app. Um, like if you have a artwork, the app itself will have a AI system where it will have the eyes and the mouth work almost close to live 2D models, for a fact. But there are also streamers that could use live 2Ds in the app itself. Like there are certain conditions, and one of the talents were promised to get a live 2D from this agency
Mm-hmm.
for a fact. The thing that what happened is that the yeah, the CEO pretty much like completely ignored the promise that he made with that talent and gave the rights to get a live 2D to like a streamer that he prioritized.
Oh, so it was just blatant favoritism.
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn. What? So
And
was the talent just left there with no model?
like uh was left with a was left with a ping, like basically a artwork of the character.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's just a PNG, not even animated, nothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, and the thing is that she was the most selling talent for a fact.
Oh,
So
that's so stupid. What? So okay, you have this small agency, which I assume just doesn't have a rep, doesn't have a name out there, and then you have
yeah,
your biggest performing talent, and for some reason, as the CEO, you just decide to screw them over by giving the
yeah,
live 2D that you promised them to somebody else.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay, now that that
Yeah,
corpo,
yeah. That,
I'm assuming it's dead.
it's dead. It's gone.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that
Uh,
corpo
uh,
deserved to die. What?
yeah, yeah. Well, pretty much it died because I was like, no, we're leaving. I was like, not, like, the biggest issue of this corporation that they didn't hand me out a contract, but they didn't also hand the talents a contract. So everyone was like,
Oh, so
I was like,
everyone was just working off of like just word of mouth, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
like at the same time, like, well, the live 2D thing was not in a contract or anything, but I'm just gonna say that, like, yeah, it's also somewhat our like the talents and like my fault that we just trust into this person.
Hmm.
But at the same time, yeah, it was pretty BS.
Damn. Okay. So did all of you just decide to walk out at once?
Oh yeah, we were all like taking screenshots and everything to like lawyer up.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah. Yeah, like that is probably a funny story to talk about, but yeah, that was some experience that like the first agency that I worked with. And meanwhile, like I'm just gonna say that I was working for this agency and I also was also for working for another agency.
So
So
because they didn't give you a contract, there was also no non-compete or anything that you had to stick to. I would assume
yeah, no, I didn't.
deserved,
Hmm.
honestly.
Yeah.
I'm curious though because
Hmm.
what you brought up, what you described there, it
Hmm.
it's almost a cliche at this point with some of the disasters that we've seen crop up among the wave
Hmm.
of microcorps that have entered the
Hmm.
EN VTubing scene over the past year. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to, from your experience, right? What is the small
Hmm.
corpo scene in the JP VTubing scene like?
Small corpos. Like, so that um, let me first explain about how Irium is. Honestly, I am pretty positive about Irium itself as a
Mm-hmm.
streaming platform because it really did like this app itself really had the JP VTubing sphere grow a lot.
Mm-hmm. I would
But
assume that it made it
so
really like accessible to do that because you could just upload a PNG and they would animate it for you.
yeah, pretty much. It like business wise, Irium is like I don't really see how it's gonna be successful in the English area or like the US side, because like Twitch and YouTube is just so dominant
Hmm.
o- on the English side. But like if you talk about business, like it gives a lot of people jobs. Like it will give for example, it'll give artists a lot of jobs because like you could like streamers could test out if they want to do VTubing by just ordering one artwork that's like underneath like $100 ish, and they could just upload that artwork and just start streaming and just see if they like doing VTubing or not. Like it's just a really good easy way to access. You don't need a expensive computer. Yes, you're limited to just doing Zatsu free talk type of stuffs, but still you get to like experience like how VTubers are and see if you're going to be successful enough. So
Yeah. It's
yeah,
like a low commitment tryout of being a VTuber, I would assume, before you move on to like other
pretty
platforms where you could do more things like Twitcast or YouTube or Twitch even.
yeah. And then next will be like agencies. For example, like Arium agencies are more like boot camps that where like they teach how people to use Twitter, interact to your viewers, view things like that. yeah, like it will like give people access to like more like corporations, and like people will get more understandings. So like it just gives more business to like the VTubing scene. So like and I'll say like as like a VTuber, like this is where I did really started. Irium also does like events, how do you call it?
Like streaming
Um
competitions or something like that.
yeah, I'll say promotion events that where
Hmm.
it's a competition where who actually gets the most donations. But these competitions are actually really commonly used as like resume material for applying to like big corporations or like corporations. Like to claim a few things. I wouldn't really name the talents, but there are a decent good amount of people that who joined Holo and Niji JP that were from Irium for a fact. Yeah.
Huh, interesting.
Hmm.
Because when you brought up the fact that you have these community events that they run,
Hmm.
from what we've from various things we've discussed on previous streams,
Yeah,
another
yeah,
app that does that would also be something like Reality, which
yeah.
also has like these events where people compete to get the most donos, the most etc etc. It's a bit like competitive donathons that I would assume are
Yeah.
run by the platform. And when you say that this acts as a sort of a neat thing to add onto your resume when applying for a bigger VTuber corpo.
Hmm.
In the West, we also have a kind of, I suppose, a similar kind of thing where you have this
Yeah.
platform-run community event that you're supposed to do to drum up attention, etc., for the streamers who
Hmm.
participate. But in your opinion, how would something like a dono contest on Reality or Irium compare to something like what we have with Twitch Rivals on the EN side?
Um, um, Twitch, like the thing is that for Twitch rivals, I feel like most times like aren't people, excuse me, sorry, aren't people like that or like that already have like their name out, aren't joining those?
Yeah, yeah. Because one of
Hmm.
the things that I think you were here for the stream where we talked about this, but Twitch
Yeah, I was
Rivals does
there.
have a very heavy bias towards
Hmm.
trying to, I guess, uh, how do I say, funnel attention into the bigger streamers that participate. Would it be different for the other two platforms then on the
Uh,
JP side?
so I'm not 100% sure about the reality JP side because I'll be honest. I did kind of work around with reality stuffs, but I never streamed on there. I'll
Fair
say
enough.
it probably would work similar as how Irium is, but what Irium is good, like what Irium actually helps, for a fact, and also reality helps in these situations is that they are promoting people that are not known, that are like talented, for a fact.
Huh.
Like you do need to come up with a strategy how to like gain these donations through like those events itself. So yeah, like I'm just gonna say like you need to be like pretty like talented or smart how to actually like be able to be successful in these app itself. So getting these promotions by these apps are I'll say in the Japanese VTubing scene like it's pretty good because for example the most common one on Irium is a one called Top Banner Challenge. So this one is a event that goes on like it's only on the JP side, not on the US side, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty
I would assume that
sure
they're still
like
trying to get established on the EN side, so they aren't running stuff like that just
yeah,
now.
yeah, like the yeah. Top Banner Challenge is a like a JP thing that where after you debut uh in a month you'll get a like a letter from the app itself that you are able to join this event, and if you get in the top 5, you get a interview from the app itself. And if you
Damn. Okay.
are, yeah, the app itself will actually promote you for a week, showing your what do you call it? Your interview in there. It's gonna like show all of your profiles, what you want to do, what type of VTuber you are, a few things. So like you get a like that's like the first starting, but this one is mad competitive because you are going to be mixed up with people like what 100 or 200 random streamers that you don't even know. So like people are gonna have like their own strategies for a fact. So if you actually top in this event, like you're kind of guaranteed to be like a really good streamer in like the VTubing scene. So like these actually do kind of work for auditions for a fact that you if you actually top this event. And
Yeah, because I
to be
would assume
honest,
that you're able to just flex that, right? That you're able to, especially if you do it right after you just debuted on a new app. Then if you're able to gain that much, that many eyeballs at once, then
yeah. And to win these events, like you need to gain like around um 10 yeah, $10,000 ish in the JP yen, in the Japanese side. Like that's like usually first place and second place will gain this much in the app itself. So like it basically will tell that like if you put this in your resume in your auditions, like it basically becomes materials that like basically you already proved that you could actually gain this much of revenue in 1 week ish in the Japanese side.
huh? Interesting. So it's a bit
Yeah.
like it would. So I'm trying to come up with a sort of an
Hmm.
equivalent on this side of the industry where would it be similar to if Twitch hosted like competitive, like quote unquote competitive, like streaming events to see who could gain the most subs or bits or whatever among a group of people who all debuted at around the same time, and then based off of the outcomes of that competition, decided who to promote on their front page for a set amount of time after the competition ends. Is it something like that?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I'll say it's something like
Interesting.
that. But that it's in like basically money right there. So um to just show a little flex, I was actually second place in this event when I did it. So
Damn. Is there like a
yeah.
okay? So when it
Mhm.
comes to from your experience in participating in these events, do you think that
Yeah.
the the payout, the exposure, etc., is actually
Mhm.
worth it from participating in this and like actually putting effort into trying for this?
So it like people are crazy for this events. Like they hand out merch and everything in the Japanese side. Yeah, like and you do need to pay for artwork and everything, but if it was in my case, I'm just gonna say that I could also do a little drawing and I draw my own PNG thing for the
Hmm.
app itself when I start. And yeah, I basically just like when it was my event, I like just did like a uh I went for a strategy collabing with 77 VTubers
Oh
on the
damn.
weekend.
Okay. In one wait, how over how much time?
In a like 3 days.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
lot. Holy.
Yeah, like as I like first said, like I was pretty big with collabs, but like stopped doing collab. Yeah, like yeah, yeah, I got a little
I would
tired.
assume that
But
you like burn out a little bit
mhm.
after doing something like that. 77 in 3 days is crazy.
Yeah, like that's that my yeah, my pretty much strategy was like day one, I honestly did talk like I'll say like day one like for my strategy was that I was using like a so collab and also a stealth attack type of strategy where I really wasn't like putting myself on the radar to anyone that I was streaming on Irium, but was streaming a little bit, but mainly actually communicating with my viewers how to win the event on Discord most of the time at the moment.
Interesting. Okay.
And
So,
then yeah.
hold on. Sorry to interrupt briefly.
So sorry. I I start talking about like myself.
Oh
Let's
no, no, no,
get
that's
back to the point.
perfectly
Yeah.
fine. No, no, because I
Hmm.
wanted to ask:
Hmm.
is is the streaming culture on Arium really closely linked to Discord?
Uh, I'll say successful streamers will make their own community server for a fact. Like that is, if I'm not wrong, I do think that is also a little bit common in like the EN side of
Interesting,
like in
because
indie streamers. Hmm.
yeah, a few weeks ago, and I think I brought this up when we
Hmm.
were talking off stream as well. But a
Hmm.
few weeks ago, Pipkin Pippa from Face Connect, she had
Hmm.
a stream where she was basically talking about how one of the things
Hmm.
that turned her off as a viewer
Hmm.
from one of the things that turned her off from trying to use Irium as
Hmm.
a as an alternative content platform
Hmm.
to just watch VTubers and stuff was the fact that every streamer that used it, or almost every streamer that used it, seemed to be using it only as some sort of Discord. Well, yeah, so as Zodic put in chat, some sort of a
Hmm.
Discord pipeline where they would have streams that exist on the platform purely for the
Hmm.
sole purpose of trying to pull viewers into their personal Discord servers, to the point where the content for quite a few of those
Hmm.
streamers wasn't as it's not the kind of thing where you tune in and you can just sort of plop down and stick with it for the next few hours or so.
I honestly think the purpose should be the opposite. Like the Discord server should be something used to like boost your stream itself, but there might be a chance that there are some streamers that are more focused on bringing in to their Discord server to hang out and just chill, I guess. Like honestly, like as a streamer point of view, like the main place, like unless if you're trying to win some kind of event in these type of apps, your main place for communication should be on your streams, not the Discord server, if that does make sense.
Oh yeah, no,
So,
absolutely. I can
unless
I can see that. Yeah.
like unless you are like trying to win a event and you want to keep things like in between your viewers and like yeah, to your viewers and like your community itself, like if you want to keep things silent, I'll say like Discord servers could take place to like help you to win these events in Irium, but there might be some people that been using the Discord server in a wrong purpose for a fact. That could be something. And yeah, people might actually just and like kind of like saw one of those people for a fact.
Fair.
I really didn't really join any like servers for Irium, like Irium US streamers, so
Hmm.
I'm not sure how people are really running, unless if it was like the towns that I was involved.
Fair
Wink,
enough.
wink.
Understandable.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I'll just say that, um, yeah, if you are like more focused on streaming and like trying to be professional, like you probably want to be careful how to be using these servers. Like it should be more used for like your own promotion or like to announce when you're streaming to your other streamers, or also even like handing out easy like merch, not merch, but like gifts, like banners or like any items that you can hand over to your fans. Like that's, I'll say how you should actually be using these servers. But
Yeah, so like a
yeah,
promotional tool, not a goal in and of
mm,
itself, I would assume.
yeah, yeah. Um, at the same time, I'll say that Irium does not have a what do you call it? Uh, like a members only stream type of thing. So you could somewhat do something like that in the server, and that's really up to the streamer, I'll say.
Fair enough. So,
Yeah,
when you
because
say that you
they don't have that.
used your Discord as a
Hmm.
way of boosting your chances at winning that competition that you did on Irium,
Yeah.
how exactly did you manage to leverage Discord to help with that?
So, I will say that I like, well, being able to like, as a streamer, I'll say I'm probably pretty good with networking with people. Probably, I'm not 100% confident to say that, but um, so pretty much I was networking with people, setting up like my server with like the 77 VTubers, and also like they all knew that I was gonna do that, but they really didn't like because I wasn't really streaming a lot. Like they wait, what's that? Um okay. uh mm, this is going to be a little long to explain, but is that okay?
That's perfectly fine. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Okay. So basically my plan was that like for these events at that moment, it was pretty obvious that which month or like which week of the month was going to be like low on points because usually corporate VTubers, corporate streamers
Hmm.
on Irium on the JP side, they all have the streamers to debut around
Oh, okay.
um
So you had to
yeah,
keep a track of which other
paychecks.
streamers were, streaming around the same times of the month, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Corporate VTubers usually get a boost from the agency, from the community itself. So you don't want to like really compete with these people inside the app. So, um yeah, so like to avoid the like usually they will have their towns to debut around the beginning or at the end of the month because people will get their paychecks in Japan around that area, if that does make sense.
Yeah.
So like that way, the donations will go really high. So, at that moment for indies, it was the best to actually focus on debuting around the second or third week where people are really low on money. That where like the border itself for the event is like really low. So what I kind of focused on in this event was where um so yeah, I was networking with other streamers and also like telling them that I did like I streamed on Twitcast for a fact, and luckily I did had enough numbers to like show them I was like a decent good streamer on Twitcast.
Mm.
Yeah. So then yeah, like so they agreed with the collab. Was networking with people, going to showing up to streams, talking with people, communicating with people. I also did have my own community of people who were gonna support me as viewers from like my past Twitcast activities, if that does kind of make sense. And yeah, people really wasn't like they didn't really had high hopes that I was going to actually be in the top cut, and I actually did use that more as a advantage that where on day one, if I was in like the top cut, people are actually going to be want to keep the connection with me, like if that doesn't make sense. So I did talked with my old viewers from Twitcast that like if you can actually donate like if you are going to support me and like donate support me for this event, can you actually like focus on the donation on day one, that way people will actually tune in to like all the collabs and like the results of this event.
Oh,
And yeah,
okay.
and that
Interesting. All right.
yeah, and yeah, pretty much I like yeah, I streamed like a small amount on Irium, a decent amount on Twitcast, and then most times we were just talking how to win this event on Discord for a fact.
Okay, so you were kind of a little bit gaming the system, I would assume, right? Where
Yeah,
you
pretty
you
much.
knew how to organize the fan base you'd already built up from previous platforms to sort of organize them in a
Yeah.
way to grant you maximum exposure right off the bat, so that everything else that
Hmm.
came in afterwards kind of fell into place, I would assume. And
Yeah.
when it comes
Mhm.
to things like keeping track of when major corpo streamers are doing their thing as well, was that
Mhm.
kind of information that you also shared among the other creators that were reaching out to connect with you and stuff like that?
Oh, definitely not. I'm like, I want to win this event. I'm like, no, I'm not sharing this.
Fair enough, understandable.
Yeah, sorry. I'm pretty transparent, but like, yeah, like, there's things that I won't say. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's understandable.
Um,
I'm assuming because
yeah.
in
Mhm.
situations like this, I would assume that your competition is like literally every other streamer that's debuting around the same time as you. So
Yeah, I'll say like, I just took this as like a easier shortcut to like grow bigger, like for starting as a VTuber. So I was like really serious about like winning this event. So yeah, like yeah.
okay, that's
Oh.
understandable. I mean,
Hmm.
it's the kind of engagement that it would. I mean, the event an event like this would encourage, anyways. I would assume that that's what it's looking for. So
Yeah. I'll say like also because like the way that I won this event was like more based off of strategies like like new streamers actually like really came in to ask how to win the event. I advised a few things, and that was kind of where like my manager career started ish. I'll say. So it's like all connected right there.
huh, interesting. So I suppose this was
Yeah.
your first go at sort of dipping your toes into having to orchestrate things behind the scenes while accounting for stuff that was going on
Yeah.
outside of your own little content creation bubble, I would assume.
Hmm. Kind of. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just scroll back because someone in chat asked. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Annie No in chat asked if there
Hmm.
were things like VTuber only discords cropping up in cropping up in the JP side as well. Because I know that for a fact that on the EN side,
Hmm.
occasionally, especially on Twitter, you will have these
Hmm.
little pockets of VTubers trying to start up a group or a Discord or whatever. Sometimes they go all right. More often than
Hmm.
not, they tend to have issues. We also know that organized streaming sites like Twitch has tried to create these sort of VTuber only,
Hmm.
like the VTuber Creator Club or whatever they called it. But
Yeah.
yeah, do you have the same sort of kind of thing going on in the JP side of the industry as well, where people will try to make these VTuber only discords?
I'm pretty sure like for um like new streamers that just started will actually first start having these, but the thing is that um if you really want to grow as a streamer, like well, I'm still a streamer that is trying to grow, so just keep that in mind. But like you can't like you need to put in effort on your own content. Like you can't rely on other people to like help you to grow. Like you need to like really focus on your own stuff. So
Yeah, I would assume that
I
starting off with collabs right off the bat, if you're trying to grow, is probably not going to be the best.
yeah. Yeah, I'll say like the 77 collab thing was more used as something that no one actually really did on the platform, so it did have a really good impact for
Okay.
like the
Did
event
you? So
itself.
I'm assuming that you built.
Mhm.
Your intention was to build up something like a little bit of a brand image for yourself, where you became like the collab guy. I would assume.
Yeah, pretty much. Um like did you like watch uh uh it's going to be Niji JP's talent, but Hyaktim Bara Sarome, it's like debut that she
No,
was
I
like,
haven't.
so she basically went ahead and like um well she did I'll say it might be interesting to look up her debut because like it was she kind of exposed her own really interesting personal informations in those streams, and that like really like gained her like subs and like right away. So
Huh.
yeah.
What
But
was
yeah,
what
like
was the information that she shared with her audience?
medical information about like what do you call give me a second. Uh gastronomic camera?
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. On yeah, like that she yeah did that on her debut and like it was pretty funny. So like she like gained a ton of subs
Oh,
off of
she
that like
showed
on day
her.
one.
People in chat telling me she showed her colonoscopy.
Yes.
Damn. Okay, that's one way to open. Holy.
Yeah,
Pun
well,
not
I'll
intended.
just yeah, I wouldn't do that, but I'm just gonna say that like what my intentions was to like do something new that no one actually did before.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay, that's.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Just as my own strategy, but yeah.
fair enough. Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
it works out really well because I know that for. I'm pretty sure for both JP and EN, there are plenty
Mhm.
of VTubers who've built very successful careers and brands off of being the collab VTuber. Because I know for a fact that
Yeah,
Fillion on the inside,
yeah,
she definitely has that as part of her like core brand image at this point, where
yeah,
she's sort of like this congregation of a whole bunch of different streamers where they all get together to do something wacky and crazy and funny. But yeah, so I could definitely see that popping off if you go out with I suppose a direction in mind for something like that.
Y- yeah. I'm just gonna say like collabs are like really like collabs is something that really does take skills because like it also you also need to be like having like the correct setup with like which person that you're talking with because um like first you need to be like pretty social with that person, right?
Yeah,
Like to do collabs like you
you have to make
and
sure you can
then
actually like talk to them.
yeah like I'm just gonna say Filian is like she's amazing like her reactions are like insanely good and like it like all works. I'm like, yeah, like she's like amazing. I'm just
she's
gonna say that.
really she's really
But
good at the yes anding thing.
yeah, I'm like I can't like I'm just gonna say my reactions are okay. Not I wouldn't say it's the best. Like I'm probably better. Just mm, mm, I'm probably better being like the. Uh, Sorry, I'm thinking how to translate the word right
That's
now, but
fine.
uh, yeah, I'm more better being a like reading not reading lines, but like okay, one moment. Let me just use Google Translate real quick. Um host, I guess host, and just being like explain what people are going to be doing. A few things. I'm pretty sure that's
Like
probably
a
better for me
host
to do.
announcer, like caster type thing, I would assume.
Yeah, probably. Like as a streamer, I'm just gonna say that's probably better as my role because my reactions are okay, but not the best. So, but Villian, like her reactions are like amazing.
I think
Like it's
getting to Fillion's
uh
like ability to come up with something like improv a reaction to something off the bat like the way she does. I think that requires
yeah,
a very specific set of skills that
yeah. Like she's really talented. I just always just like have been like amazed with like her clips. Like it's really funny. For a fact. Yeah.
fair enough.
Okay. All right. Sorry, we kind of went a slip out from the topic,
No,
so
that's
let's.
fine. That's fine. Tangents are what we do on this channel, so
Gotcha. Thank you. To get back to like what we were talking about, like so there's also other events where like Irium actually like uh actually makes a poster of a lot of streamers in Japan and like famous train stations in Japan because trains are big in Japan for a fact. But yeah, like that could be posted on Shibuya or like other big areas.
Oh, is
These could
that
also,
sorry? Is that why?
yeah.
Is that why, for
Mhm.
example, like VShojo when they were doing IRL promotion for their VTubers and stuff like that, especially on the JP
Mhm.
side, is that why they went with Shibuya and stuff for the locations where they put the ads?
I will say Shibuya is like one of the most busiest areas in Tokyo that where people are gonna see. So if they want to gain subs off of that, it's rather going to be Shibuya or Akiba,
Hmm.
Akihabara. Shinjuku also works, but usually Shinjuku is a station where people can transport to other trains. Like it's like a lot of people are just busy, not and I don't think they're gonna have time to actually be looking at posters. But yeah, yeah, Shibuya is a great place to actually have like those posters if they want to like promote themselves. Yeah, but yeah, I'll say like I think that's why they did pick um yeah, Shibuya as a place to like put some promotion, I guess.
Interesting.
Mhm.
So, as part of I would assume that when it comes to promoting the VTubers IRL, so is this a common thing among both agencies and apps in the JP
Um,
side?
no, specifically Irium and Reality, but like Irium is more it been like more really successful for like doing these type of things. Like what like so the Irium like does these events that if you come like top five, you'll be on a poster for this specific station for a specific prefecture in Japan. So like you could actually just wait till like your prefecture gets picked and just try to like hop on that event.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. And the positive part is that like fans actually like go to take pictures of those. So, like yeah, like it's
So
kind
it's
of
like a
like
thing where
business
they'll
for
actually try to like find your poster in real life and then like take a picture, post it onto like Twitter or something, and then
yeah,
it creates like
yeah,
this sort of feedback loop of like more promotion.
yeah. Like Irium is really good with those type of like um promotions and like they do these events and these could all be used for auditions for a fact. So that's why it's really, really successful in Japan.
Huh.
Yeah.
So is there like a particular reason or what would be the I suppose the rationale behind the focus on IRL promotional stuff? Because if only Reality and Irium use it, like is there something about that strategy in particular that is unique to
There
those two?
they are also other events that where like you'll gain like items and a few things, but I am just gonna say like uh the like there's also events that where if you actually win the event, you'll be on a magazine, a Japanese magazine, for a
Oh,
fact.
okay.
Like, yeah, there are also events like something like that in the JP Irium. These are also like really well known events, like this and the station one. But I personally will say the station one is much more better because um like if I was gonna apply to a agency, you can't really post a photo of the magazine on Twitter because like other streamers are also going to be on that magazine. People are not gonna buy if you actually post that page on Twitter for a fact. But if it becomes like if you are like on a poster in a station, like a huge poster in
Mm-hmm.
a station, you can still post that on Twitter. And when you apply to agencies, like you could just put the link in your like applications and show that I was actually on this type of
Huh.
thing. Yeah, so like personally, like just from my experience and also being a manager doing like um doing what do you call it? Interviews. Yeah, like those are more like outstanding because it means that people actually do know you for a fact. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, I would assume that
Yeah.
as well. On top of that, because of the fact that VTubing is a lot more, it's a lot more
Hmm.
ingrained in mainstream Japanese culture than it is in the
Hmm.
West. I would assume that that
Hmm.
is also what opens up the ability to promote yourself on more IRL type forms of media, like
Hmm.
like you said, posters that you put on the subway or magazines, or I would assume newspapers or whatever. Whereas on the EN side of VTubing, most of the promotion
Yeah.
happens, it happens primarily online, and not really
Hmm.
anything in the print or anything along those lines. But
Hmm.
in your time as a manager, or even just as an
Hmm.
individual talent,
Hmm.
what have your interactions with the people who make these sort of print media promotions been like? Because I would assume that at some point as a manager, you probably have to reach out to a magazine or something on behalf of the towns you represent or the agency you represent or something along those lines.
Like, I actually was on, well, when, like, just gonna like blur it a little, but like when, the freaking accident happened with me, with, my
Yeah,
ex job,
yeah.
um, I just won a event and I also actually won a magazine for that.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
timing.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, like when I came back, it was really awkward to like kind of promote it
Yeah, because I would
because,
assume they were like trying to reach out to you and stuff like that, which possibly the
yeah,
worst possible time. So
yeah, it was pretty awkward. But yeah, like pretty much like if it is on Arium, like you could pretty much do everything inside the app. If it's going to be events, like there are also events like in the JP side, there's events outside of Ethereum that like companies that host on Twitter that if you get like the most retweets, like reposts on Twitter, you actually could be on a magazine. This is I came third place in this event for like getting like the most reposts on
oh,
Twitter
so the
in
magazines will
that
like
event.
go into these events, like pick out the top three winners or
Yeah,
something, and
yeah, yeah.
then
Like there's some events, something like that, and yeah, like the timing was yeah,
I can
yeah.
imagine that
So
would be a bit rough to like come back to if you're put
I
out
was
of
like,
commission. Yeah.
yeah, and like I was promoting that event that I was gonna have like a sneak peek of like I was working on my 2.0 model and like it's almost done, but like and like I was like there's going to be a sneak peek on this magazine, blah blah blah, and
Man, you just had to soldier through
yeah,
that one.
yeah. I was like so awkward to actually like say hey, I'm back, check the magazine.
When it comes, actually, I'm
Yeah.
curious because
Yeah.
the way that
Mm,
these magazines work, when they actually try to,
mm,
when they include bits and pieces in the on the
mm.
pages to promote these VTubers, because
Yeah.
I know for a fact that on the EN side of the industry, you have I think there are two major publications that handle
Mm,
things like that. One of them being VTuber News Drop, which is the sort of uh,
mm.
the sort of VTuber newspaper thing that promotes things like
Yeah.
new corpos, etc., or major events that happen in the industry. And then the other one
Mm-hmm.
is Acapella Media, which is an
Mm-hmm.
actual dedicated magazine for VTubers. And for Acapella, what they'll do is they'll have these little features where they either interview the
Mm-hmm.
person being talked about, or they will have a little blurb that describes an event that's happening or something major that's gone on. So with the JP
Mm-hmm.
magazines, is it also a similar kind of format where they'll try to reach out to you to do an interview and then turn that into a feature article or something for your benefit, or is it more just a sort of, oh, here's a shout out, this person won X event on X platform, or so on and so forth?
So in the JP side, I am gonna say that So usually, like, there are going to be like 10 VTubers that are going to be on the magazine, and depending on your placing, you get like the pages are different. If you are in first place, you get like a full page with interviews and like a full artwork, like on the magazine itself. If you're second place, you'll get the interview, your model, and like some artworks on there. Third place as the same. After that, like I'm pretty sure you'll have your model and just like one comment on like the magazine itself.
Huh,
Like, it's something
interesting.
like that, if I'm not
So
wrong.
it's sort of like this scaling
Yeah.
feature in terms of how well you
Mhm.
did in the competition correlates directly with how much of a feature you receive as well.
Yeah,
Okay, that
pretty
makes
much.
sense.
Yeah, yeah. These are also something you could do use on like as a resume, but it's just that you can't really post it on like Twitter or anywhere. So
Because I would assume that
like
would eat into how many people actually buy the magazine.
yeah, kind of like I personally like if I would had applied to like a big corporal, I'll just say that like probably the station ones are more like useful as like resume material for a fact, because like you could keep
Huh.
that on like Twitter. There are also other events that um other events internet do you know like those Japanese internet cafes?
Yeah.
So there's also some internet cafes that does billboards of like Irium streamers, like top streamers that won the event, and usually first place will be able to actually like be on the promotion video and promoting that like internet cafe.
Oh damn. So it's a bit like a Times
Yeah.
Square type thing that some VTubers communities will end up doing over here on the inside. I would assume.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like pretty much. Yeah, I think that's like the correct way to describe. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. These things are in like yeah, that is also something that you could use. It could be a resume material for like auditioning, I'll say.
A
Yeah.
lot of this sounds like really professionally geared because practically all
Hmm.
of the things that you've described are things that I would assume are commonly thought of on the JP side as everything you do is like possible resume material, etc., etc. So
Hmm.
I would assume actually, would you be able to confirm if on the JP
Hmm.
VTubing side, I would assume it's
Hmm.
also primarily indies, like just in terms of sheer numbers, rather
Hmm.
than being a sort of even split between indie and corpo. But
Hmm.
on the EN side, especially after February of last year, it does feel
Hmm.
like the VTubing scene has become a lot more decentralized, where for
Yeah.
a lot of people who are currently streaming as indies, getting into a
Hmm.
corpo is no longer the ultimate goal, as like a cultural thing. On the JP side, how does it differ from the way it is here now? Because a lot of it sounds like it's geared toward like when you go into VTubing, you're like it is very common to think about everything as if you are working your way up to a corpo job.
Um. So in the JP side, corpos. So this is going to be another talk about Irium, but Um, yeah, Irium is partnered with like probably around like 100 corporations, like agencies for a fact. There's ton of agencies on Irium. A lot of people, so, uh, like the support that you'll get from these corporations are going to be things such as that they are going to provide you like the artwork for your debut, and they will like give you the knowledge how to stream, teach you how to do Twitter, a few things, and also like give you a decent good idea how to win these events. That is going to be the benefits, but they really don't expect like the expectations are really different from JP and US. Usually if it's a person that really wants to grow and like try to get in a big corporation, they are going to put their foot in these smaller corporations to like have the branding name of that corporation itself, if it's like a decent a corporal on Irium itself, because like just facts, yeah, there are people that really did success and went into big corporations after joining some smaller, not smaller, but like Irium agencies, I'll say. They joined these agencies to like to like learn stuffs, get the artwork, get the community, and also like to just like have a foot in like the VTubing community. And on top of that, this is also something that I keep repeating as a resume material, but like if it's a well-known agency for Irium, corporations will actually well, agencies, big corporations will actually have a idea of like what type of company that they're working for, and like that if they have been like working in that company for like one, or not working but like streaming for that company for 1 or 2 years, they could actually like have business standards as a streamer, and also depending on their success. I'll say one reason why I did kept staying in a corporation as a manager is that like again, I also was one of those VTubers that been like keep grinding, try to apply to big corporations to get in.
Mm.
Uh and like be there are some people that who were managers that actually got into like really big corporations and growed like really well after that. So that's
Oh, got into
one
big
of the
corporations as managers or as talents?
managers, like talents
Mm.
and also managers both. But I'll say the manager part has is probably much more better than being a talent, because like usually the non-compete part is going to be really annoying for
Yeah.
corporations. But if you are a manager, usually there is no, the in your contract there is not going to be a non-compete stuffs in
Huh.
your contract about like being a talent for effect. So
So
yeah,
as a
I'll just say
manager,
like
you could hypothetically go straight from
mhm.
working for one company to going to work for another with like no enforced gap in between.
It also depends on your contract, but yes, like I wouldn't really like openly say about like my NDA stuffs, but in my contract I was somewhat allowed to actually work in multiple agencies,
Oh,
I'll
so
say.
these so would it be how
Mhm.
how common is it from your experience, your knowledge? How common is it for these
Mhm.
agencies to be pulling from the same pool of management talent when it comes to just grabbing them off of platforms like Irium or platforms like Reality or YouTube or wherever they end up exercising most of
Uh,
their profession on.
I'm gonna say that there only have been four talents or streamers that I know that were manager X slash VTuber at the same time, and um I need to be really careful about what I'm talking here,
Yeah,
because
fair
like
enough.
it could be a little doxing about themselves. But yeah, like there aren't a lot of people that will be able to actually get this position, but usually like in auditions, or like in like auditions, or in like multiple different situations, being a manager slash VTuber, like indie VTuber, has been like really beneficial for like a lot of people. I'll say, like not a lot of people, but like the majority of people I know.
So the if you are a VTuber manager that also happens to be a VTuber, I would assume that means it makes you like more desirable for a company to hire.
Yeah, because like that means that you understand like company standards, and also that like you understand like how the business work. So
Huh.
like they will like think that it's more like affordable.
That would make sense. I
as
would
of now.
assume that's why. I
Yeah.
would assume that's why when you take jobs in like in the small company that collapsed that you described earlier, I would assume that's what makes jobs like that a bit more bearable, knowing that they give you experience at the end that you can translate into something that's more
Yeah.
concrete on a resume, for example.
Yeah. Okay.
Alexis in
Uh,
chat asked,
mhm,
when it comes
mhm.
to your, when it comes to the jobs that you get hired to do when you join a company, is it mostly managerial or is it mostly wrangling?
In this sentence, what does wrangling
Oh,
mean?
wrangling is mostly just like handling
Mhm.
interpersonal stuff for the talents that you manage, like acting as a therapist, etc., etc., or making sure that they're decently happy with the with where they are.
Uh,
Like how much of it is
uh,
dedicated to making stuff run versus looking after the people who you have to
um, I'm gonna say it really depends on like which corporation you work for, but like I'm gonna say I work for multiple, so I'm not gonna say which one was like this, but pretty much like one of these agencies, like I was like making so I was doing interviews. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Interviews. Number two, yeah, I was teaching them how to stream, ordering their artwork, um, ordering their artwork, setting up for their debuts, uh, running the Twitter, pretty much doing everything.
Damn, that sounds like is okay. So I would assume that this was like a really hands-on managerial role if you're doing all of those things at once.
Yeah. Also at the same time, like, yeah, if it's yeah, a starting agency type of situation, they don't really have the income, so like, and really depends on like the higher ups like skills. If
Mm.
it's a starting agency. Oh boy, I just said starting. Never mind. But yeah, yeah, if it's a starting agency, like it depends on the higher ups level. But um, if they don't have any clue how to run things, yeah, like you end up doing everything.
Ah, so generally speaking, in your opinion,
Mhm.
what would what would being a manager at a competently run company look like?
Um, uh, uh, like like hmm,
Part of the reason I ask is because
yeah.
over the past few
Mhm.
months we've had like innumerable examples of what it looks like
Y-
when you fuck shit up as a CEO or as like a the person
Yeah.
leading a company.
Uh, it's a little hard to describe this part because,
I would assume like NDAs and
uh,
stuff as
yeah,
well.
NDAs and also like I really shouldn't say this, but like a lot of situations, like I was a person like was kind of running the entire stuff at the same time. So I'm
Ah, I see.
like,
I see.
I don't
So
really know
you
what
so
is a white company is.
yeah, okay. I see. No, that's understandable from
Yeah.
because I would
Hmm.
assume that,
Hmm.
from what you've told from what you've told me, a lot of your
Hmm.
experiences have been on the inside of companies that, shall we say, maybe don't exhibit the best traits of running a corporate endeavor. So,
I will say that, but um, well, if it's a company that is successful enough, they'll have enough staffs to
mhm,
do like they will share their parts of like for example to order artwork, manage talents, uh manage talents, contact, communicate with talents,
mhm.
have a rigging manager, a few things, something like that. Like
So
they
they like
like
split them up into like specializations rather than just having one person handle everything.
yeah, pretty much. Like if it's a successful agency,
Yeah.
yes, I'll say that is.
I think I should
Yeah.
rephrase the question then. So,
Hmm.
in your opinion,
Okay.
how should a managerial job look if you are working for a company that is being run competently?
Is this EN or JP?
Actually, I'm curious as to what would be the difference between the two.
Um, for EN, I am gonna say that oh man, this is EN side, right? EN side is mm, I'm gonna say that like they are gonna need a manager that who understands the Western culture for a fact.
Yes.
Yeah, because um like at least from the past 2 years, from my understanding, the JP culture hasn't been successful or like popular on the English
Yeah.
VTubing
There does
community.
seem to be like
Yeah.
quite a few like cultural, shall we say,
Mhm.
incompatibilities between the two.
Yeah, it's probably the best to have a manager who does understand the English culture for a fact. Like the like how people interact or like the even for like the like otaku culture in the English side, or not otaku, but like a little nerdy stuffs like what type of
Like
comics
geek
that
culture,
people
which would
like.
probably be the equivalent, I would assume.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. Like it needs to be someone that will be able to understand these. And number, uh, yeah, that like at least, and depending on how many talents that you're gonna hire, but um, EN business is just like currently really really hard for fact. So I wouldn't run the agency like with like more than like 5 talents. Like I'll say like just
Just
it
keep it
doesn't need to
small.
be keep it small because um like Japanese people like they I'll say like uh the English side of talents are more um emotional.
Fair
Does that
enough.
make sense?
So,
Yeah.
would you say
That
that there's more of like an emphasis on maintaining the emotional well-being of talents on the EN
the
side compared to the JP side?
like the mental care stuffs like are going to be important for the English side. So like, and if you have more, I'll say um like yeah, I'll say like a small. It doesn't need to be like a full gen. Like it could be even like how Kizuna Eye was run. It could just be one talent and just put full in, and then
It's just like a
after that's
management
successful,
team.
yeah, like you could just like if that talent's successful, you add in another person to the agency. I think that's just much more better than like having a full gen in the EN side. Is my opinion.
Fair enough.
But if it comes to the JP side, JP people are I'll say they are less emotional than the English culture. So I'll say that like you could have one manager to like handle like 10 people probably.
On the JP side.
Yeah, because at the same time, they like JP streamers or like JP like they're all really stoic,
Yeah,
kind of.
I
They're
see.
kind of stoic. So, like you might be even learning from the streamers for a fact. So, yeah. So
So,
I'll say like
yeah.
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no,
Mm.
sorry.
No, no, no. Like I will. Yeah, like I am gonna say like that is probably also the difference of how VTubing have been like running like the JP side like you could have one manager to handle like a lot of people because like a lot of the JP streamers will pretty much do everything on their own. So like you could like try to help them a lot, but at the end of the day, like if they are successful towns, like most times they do like a lot of things on their own. And yeah, like you could just try to help them as possible. Inside, I'll say like yeah, like you need to like put a lot of effort to one talent. So like yeah, I wouldn't like run a agency. Like I wouldn't like want to have a manager to like actually like handle like more than 5 people. Like
Yeah,
honestly, like 3 people might be like a better number
yeah.
to like have one manager to like handle. I think. Yeah.
So, according to so
Hmm.
in your
Hmm.
in an ideal scenario, right? So, would you say that a manager on the EN side would be responsible for fewer talents, but for more things for each individual talent? Whereas for JP, it's you're responsible for more talents, but less things per individual talent.
Yeah. Yeah. Um. mm, uh. Uh. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, because
Mm.
one of the things that one of the things that has struck me, and I think a lot of the people who watch my content as we go
Mm-hmm.
through various attempts by Japanese companies or Japanese entrepreneurs to try and transfer the way that they do business over to the EN audience, which almost
Okay.
invariably, almost never works, is the whole. They try to take the same sort of hands-off approach where,
Hmm.
like you described, right? They're used to handling more stoic
Yeah.
talents. There's less of an emphasis on
Hmm.
individual, emotional, mental well-being. So what ends up happening is they try to go for the numbers first approach, where they're managing a whole
Yeah. Yeah.
bunch
Yeah. Yeah.
of talents but less individual attention or less responsibilities for each individual talent, which doesn't really
Yeah.
fly over on the inside. So
Got it.
in your
Uh.
according to your ideal version of how management works in these companies.
Uh. uh yeah. I'll say if it's in Japan, that will work because like a lot of people like a lot of successful streamers will just try to like learn on their own. Yeah, like in the JP side, I'm talking about the JP side, but in the JP side, like they will try to like learn these things on their own, and also like if there's like any extra knowledge or extra like stuff that you gain from the agency, they will use that as a tool for a fact, and like they'll just like ask for help for what they need. But most times like they like that they wouldn't really like heavily rely on the agency. So that's why the JP side of VTubing like kind of like works with like one manager like dealing with a lot of people.
Interesting.
How
So there's like less of a reliance,
Mhm.
would you say?
Yeah. 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 Also like a lot of the JP streamers are more thinking agencies as a tool. At least that's what I like. That the vibe that I have been getting from
Hmm.
like these JP streamers to actually try to grow or try to get in like big corporations. Like
Yeah.
they use it as a boost for themselves instead of like really heavily relying on the agency how EN is. On
Actually,
the EN's,
sorry. Could
go
I
ahead.
just
Yeah.
ask
Hmm.
something? Because
Go ahead. Hmm.
based off of a really interesting thing that I've
Hmm.
noticed when it comes to corporate culture in
Hmm.
corporate VTubing culture in the West compared to the JP side is that over here audiences and talents really heavily stigmatize the whole, corporation is family thing when it comes from management or when it's a company or a CEO saying that. But very commonly, what you will see is in the EN corpo scene, the
Hmm.
individual talent of their own volition,
Hmm.
without management's intervention, if the company is being run competently, the idea of the company being like a family for the individual talents seems to crop up very frequently. So, is it more of a thing that you've observed where on the JP side it seems to be more business oriented, I suppose, as the norm for the way that talents think of their company compared to the West?
Yeah, yeah, like it's more like there are going to be some talents that do stick with the agency for a long time because they're just like like they just want to do it as a hobby, if that does make sense.
Yeah.
There are some people like that. But if it's becoming about people that are like that wants to get big and everything, like it's more business oriented, like in like the VTubing scene, like at least yeah, from my point of view, like because I've been around like a decent good amount of people that have been pretty successful in the JP side. So and also like myself, as like how like I've been auditioning and like have been a manager for like a corporal and those kind of things. Yeah, it's more business oriented for VTubers in Japan, I'll say. Yeah.
Interesting. Sorry, I interrupted you earlier.
Oh, no, it's okay. I even forgot what I was talking about, so don't
Oh
worry.
no. Oh,
Don't
oops.
worry about that. Nah.
Um,
Okay. Mhm.
hopefully it comes back. If at some point it comes back to you, feel free to just break back into
No,
where you left.
Don't worry, don't worry. I'm like, um, yeah. So far, I think that yeah, I've been like I'm looking at my notes right now, and I'm pretty sure like I'm pretty positive that I've been talking about like things that what like should be added in.
No,
Like,
that's perfectly fine.
yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
okay. Tangenting is
Mhm.
tangenting is more than welcome on this channel. So yeah,
Awesome.
no. The other thing that I wanted to ask was,
Hmm.
so in terms of, so you've gone through how your ideal version of like management would work for either the west or the east, and you've talked about how, for example, one of the biggest differences is the fact that in the in the JP side you don't have as much of an emphasis on things like individual well-being, etc etc,
Yeah,
and whereas on the EN side you do. On the EN side there's more expectation of personalized attention from management and
yeah.
personalized support from management than there is on the JP
Hmm.
side. And there's also more of an expectation of some sort of interpersonal connection between management and talent that doesn't seem to be as emphasized on the JP side. But aside
Hmm.
from those things, what would you say are some of the other main differences that define how the JP management style works compared to how the EN management style tends to work?
Um, I am gonna give a little criticism to the JP side, but this is something that been mentioned in your like streams in the past. But the JP side really does care about the numbers for a
Ah,
fact.
okay,
That
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Personally, I am not a big fan of that, and I'll say that a lot of corporations that try to do business in the U.S. side from JP doesn't realize that actually works in the English like VTubing scene, but it works in Japan. So yeah, and it's just that more about that they don't. I don't know if they don't have or it's that the higher ups doesn't listen to that manager or workers, but most time I do think like they're like yeah there isn't
It's
enough
really obsessed
managers
around like numbers, and maximizing that.
or like know that they're understand the understanding of the culture difference because
Ah,
um yeah, I'm pretty sure like because a lot of times that usually from my experience people that are like doing managers for these positions
hmm.
are people that are like Japanese people that could speak English or maybe not even speak English but using ChatGPT to communicate or something
Yeah.
like that,
Like
if that
Japanese
does make
people
sense.
with possible English or ways to use possible
Y-
English, I would assume.
yeah, so like they don't really like when they hop into this business, they don't really get that like like I don't I'm even like questioning if they even like really did some research about what happened like last February.
Yeah, because I think what is very common that we see is when you have
Hmm.
every time you have one of these controversies where you encounter friction between a Japanese management style and Ian talents and Ian audience, is that it very much seems like the company settled for having someone who was bilingual over actually getting
Mm,
someone who actually understands the cultural divide, like you said.
yeah, yeah. I just think like, um, I'm just gonna say that like it, even if they if they understand like a Western culture, like it could be a person that does have no idea about VTubing. S- So
Yeah, so
yeah,
they'll like hire an executive that's run a very popular business or brand or whatever, but they will have no
yeah,
experience with either, or they'll expect that when they hire someone who's familiar with streaming, that'll automatically mean that they're experienced with VTubing as well, or something along those lines.
yeah. Like to be like clear and honest, like these few difference of like the JP VTubing side and the EM VTubing side is about news channels. News channels are not popular in JP, for a fact. I'll just say that
I would
real quick.
imagine
But
that
like,
it's a lot riskier to run like a news channel in on the JP side, right?
uh,
Because you have the
ye
defamation laws and stuff like that.
yeah. Like I would also mention that, wouldn't mention the company name, but like from like the February incident that happened last year, there was a channel I think that got sued and got deleted.
Yeah, yeah.
That who
Entire. It was
Yeah.
this was a JP content creator, right?
Yeah, yeah. It that the channel had like 20K subscribers for a fact. That was pretty much like handling like news stuffs. Like I was like really watching news stuffs like in the middle of work. Like not watching, more listening, I'll say. Like I
Hmm.
usually like run like it as a radio and just like listen to it. Like from the EN or JP side both. So like that way I'll have like at least like a decent amount of knowledge what is going on in the VTubing seat like sphere.
Hmm.
But out of nowhere that channel just was gone and I was like, what the freaking heck? And then yeah, there was like on Twitter like there was like announcement that for multiple reasons I am deleting my channel, blah blah blah. And I'm like, the freaking heck? Oh man, this is
Damn.
yeah.
I mean, the very same thing almost happened to Kyo and False around similar time period, a few months earlier, prior to that point. But a
Yeah,
few sorry,
yeah.
not a few months, a year earlier, around a year earlier, prior to that point, which is
Uh, mm,
insane. But yeah, sorry.
yeah. No, I'm like if yeah, it's more scary if you're inside the country itself,
Oh
like
yeah,
in
no,
Japan.
absolutely.
Yeah, like if you're outside the country, like the laws are different and like multiple things are different, so you could probably somewhat get away with it,
I'm
probably.
a little
But if you,
curious though.
Mhm,
Is do you think that
mhm.
if you ignored the it was a bit difficult to do, but if you removed the laws that you actually have in Japan from the equation, do you think that there
Mhm.
is an audience culture in the JP side of the VTubing industry that would support a content niche like what False and Kyo and Rima and Nasagi occupy over here?
People were watching that creator that I just mentioned for a fact, and yeah, I'll say they are going to be people that who will actually watch it. But the next thing I'll say is that that channel is probably going to get slammed by a lot of agencies. So
I
good
see,
luck
I
for
see.
lawyering up. But yeah, yeah, it's uh, mm, it's like people actually watch it, but it's not going to be like how it is in the EN streaming sphere.
So it's a lot more
Say,
popular on the EN side among audiences here than a similar niche would be on the JP side among JP audiences.
yeah, the closest streamer that I could imagine that does something like that is probably Kore Kore in Japan. I don't know if you actually know the person, but
I've heard of. I
uh,
think a lot of people on the EN side have heard of him purely because of the fact that I
uh,
think he's been sued before unsuccessful by.
a lot of companies.
Yeah, yeah.
like he was the person that like handled the uh Mafu Mafu Mikeneko
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll say like the closest thing will be probably um his channel, but the thing is that his is I'm going to be honest, it's not like news. It's more drama-ish from
Yeah,
my point of
yeah.
view. Yeah.
Actually, I'm curious from the
hmm
perspective of
hmm
someone in management, also from your experience of being
hmm
around, like CEOs, managers, etc., etc. What is the general
hmm
sentiment towards people like Kore Kore?
Uh, I think a lot of people don't want to be involved. Wait, I need to be careful what I'm saying right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, no, understandable.
Yeah, like I think he does have a decent good amount of his own. Oh, he was also a streamer that got bigged on Twitcast, by the way.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, like that's one thing I'm gonna mention right now. I'm pretty sure he streams on Twitcast and actually posts the clips on YouTube right now. I think that's what he does. But personally, from a if I was in a corporation, I would uh would like be a little distant from,
Yeah, understandable.
yeah, like uh like like it's not more like False's channel that is more
Like news
um
oriented.
yeah, so
It's more like a
yeah,
gossip type thing, I would assume, for Kore Kore.
yeah, yeah, that is, I'll say, like, yeah, like people probably want to be careful
Yeah.
with, yeah, yeah,
Understandable.
that
Because something like that, I could see that
mhm,
being sort of like a volatile time bomb that is sort of, ticking away in the
mhm.
corner if something's going wrong in your agency or something along those lines.
Yeah, um oh god damn it, I can't say this in the stream, never mind.
Fair enough.
Okay,
No, yeah, because I was
there
gonna
was
say, like, I would
uh,
imagine that
mhm.
something like my content would probably also fall under that kind of category where, it's sort of like I doubt any corporation would want to become like a stream topic, for example.
Yeah, yeah. But no, unlike your streams are more like you do like a lot of research and you do talk about those topics. So it's different because Corey Core's streams is that he basically just have the people on call that are involved with that drama and just have them speak
Or
there and just
he just like
expose things.
interviews them.
Sometimes interviews, sometimes just like uh beat the crap out of them on stream.
Oh,
Nope.
so it's I see. So it's
Yeah.
like a
Um.
okay,
Yeah. I probably should shut up soon.
fair enough, understandable. That's that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Damn,
All right.
interesting. So
But
it seems like there
I'll
doesn't seem to be that
mhm.
like the same kind of niche over there as there is here for
But
various reasons. Yeah. Sorry.
yeah. Oh no, I do think if it's a decent manager who understands like both cultures, like the EN news tubers have been like really helpful because like that's been really helpful for me to like learn like what not to do, what to be careful, like a lot of stuff. Yeah, like it's been like really helpful for me. Like it like good like it saves me time to actually like do the research and everything. So like I've been like really,
Fair enough.
yeah,
Yeah, I do think
positive
that.
about this. Hmm
I mean, this is something that I've talked about before, and many other creators like myself have talked about before. But
hmm
uh, I suppose the best way to phrase it would be something along the lines of everyone everyone dislikes news slash drama tubers until there is like a black company or whatever that emerges on the block, and then everyone's waiting for that company to take its turn as a punching bag for a few weeks or so. But
hmm
in your opinion,
hmm
how much of the, because you have mentioned that there are, it does sound like in on the JP side there are also very frequently these kinds of small corpos that emerge, have no idea what they're doing, fuck everything up, and then die. And there's
Yeah.
also like quite a few, let's say, exploitative practices that are quite common
Hmm.
in the small corpo scene over there as
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
just
Hmm.
as there are on the EN side. Do you
Hmm.
think that, or how much of the, I suppose, the frequency of those kinds of things in the JP scene would you say is due to the fact that there might not be as
Uh,
robust might not be as robust a content niche for people talking about those things and like spreading awareness of those kinds of things over there?
um, I'm going to say that so I'm pretty sure that there isn't really going to be like those type of agencies like appearing in the JP side anymore because just from my understanding, I like so like all of these agencies are evolved around Irium or rather reality or some streaming app for effect. Like their purposes is to bring in streamers to the app itself, like
Hmm.
to bring in people. Um and the biggest successful platform was Ethereum for doing that. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure, uh, in your streams, I'm pretty sure, like, you did kind of mention that Ethereum got bought out from a company called NDA, if I'm not wrong, right? Is
Uh,
it NDA? No, not NDA. Forgot the name, but
Zizai, was that it? It
I
got
forgot
bought
the
by DNA from Zizai,
yeah
if I remember
DNA,
correctly. Yeah,
not NDA.
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It's okay. We
DNA,
we all have
DNA.
that on
Yeah,
the mind. It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Okay, what the?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, after they bought, before that, because Irium was their own company, they were accepting like a lot of agencies. But after that, I'm pretty sure they're really more careful about like picking like which companies to
Yeah,
actually
they've become a lot
partner
more
up
like selective
to.
when it comes to which companies to partner up with officially, I would assume.
Yeah, and the thing is that like those smaller agencies um or something, it was something that happened when well before the merge would well not merge but like when they got bought out from DNA,
Mm.
not NDA. mm, um yeah, but yeah, so yeah, those I'm just assuming that those situations are kind of like almost gone in the JP side, I think. But back then, when I first started as a manager, I personally did not like these informations that I'm talking. Really never even talked in the JP side for a fact. I'm just gonna be honest. Like
Oh, so it's just like not
people,
talked about at all.
yeah, I didn't want to had any drama in the JP side or
Hmm.
like. Yeah, I don't want, I'm a person that wouldn't really post anything drama related on Twitter.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, so like I didn't really never talked about it, and it's gonna look bad for me in the long term as a streamer if I kind of like involved with like some kind of agency drama. So,
Yeah.
I didn't post about that, but there were multiple agencies having like a similar situation that the CEO was like kind of crazy and just not knowing what to do. What was like the I think there was a like crazy agency that if that was had like a crazy contract saying that if you did not if you didn't if you did like left the company without streaming, like you needed to pay like a $10,000 fee, well, JPN, but ish or something like that. And I'm like, what the freaking
Oh. So
yeah,
when you say you don't stream for the company, as in you don't stream a certain amount of times uh, per
like
week or something?
like yeah, kind of like if you don't like stream, usually like the agency standards are 40 to 50 hours, I think. So like if you
Yeah.
don't like finish those hours,
So you just
like
you have
yeah,
you
like
just have to pay 10,000 yen.
uh 10 no, no, it's not 10 if it's it's going to be 1 million yen.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. I'm like that I'm like, is that even legal?
That yeah, that doesn't sound
Yeah,
that sounds highly
yeah,
illegal.
that yeah, that is. I was like, what the frickin'? Yeah,
What
that was
the?
like that was something that I did heard from like other streamers that like because like a lot of people were like, be careful with this agency, blah blah blah. They're like
Damn,
this that.
okay. But this was mostly
They're
just like stuff that was passed around on the back end rather than something that was published by other people.
like people didn't really make content off of it, but like it was talked in between. Like it was even on like Twitter or a few
Damn,
places.
okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that why in the Japanese side like things don't get like really crazy like the Ian side is that there are many agencies, and at the point that they're getting canceled, like people don't really even care that much because it's just
People are starting to
one
like
of
tune it
those.
out.
Yeah, it's just one of those random agencies that are small. Like it's not
Yeah.
like too big for us to, like
I think
care about.
I think on
Yeah.
the EN side, we're starting to approach that as well, where we've seen so many small corpos go under, especially small
Hmm.
corpos that are not very well known to begin with. That I do
Yeah.
think that the audience over here has started to get a bit numb to that as well, to the point where now when you see, a notice saying that XYZ agency is ceasing operations in ABC month, people no longer really react. The only
Yeah.
time that people seem to talk about it is if there's thing to do with the talent IPs that gets brought up. Actually, that actually brings us quite neatly into
Hmm.
something that I wanted to ask you about, which is how
Hmm.
how do the attitudes towards talents owning their IPs when they join a corporation or when a corporation dies on the JP side, how different are the attitudes towards IP ownership, talent IP ownership on the JP side compared to the EN side? Because on
It
the EN side,
really depends on.
it's like really
Yeah.
sore point for a lot of people here.
I'm just gonna say it really depends on the agency, because um yeah, it really depends on the agency. Like there are some successful agencies that will even hand out like the IP itself if you were like if you didn't like cause any like damage to the agency itself.
Hmm.
I'll say like that there are some agencies like that. There are agencies that will keep the IP to have that talent to stay in
Hmm.
the agency, but these agencies are not closing agencies. If it's
Yeah.
going to be a closing agency, um honestly, I think they will. I think they will actually hand out the IPs, because like I don't even think they will actually have the money to actually like uh lawyer up
They wouldn't. Oh, so
for.
yeah, I would assume that it's so. Is it more common on the JP side to just give the IP if the company closes down compared to like trying to sell them to the talents?
If it closes, if it closes down, yes, but the thing is that like there isn't like a lot of agencies that close down from my understanding. Like
Yeah.
um or there are like a lot of times what will happen if the agency is closing down, they are gonna have those talents to move into like another JP agency, and the IP will go to that agency. So after that, they need to negotiate with that new agency, I guess.
Oh, so they sell the IPs on to somebody else.
Not sell. I'm pretty sure they're just handing over it.
Oh,
Like I
okay.
don't think like there's going to be any big, if unless if it's going to be like a really huge streamer that is like making a lot of money. But yeah, unless that if that's the situation, I'm pretty sure they'll just like transfer the IP to like the next agency. Yeah.
Interesting. So, what is the audience sentiment towards talent IP ownership like on the JP side?
I think the JP audience is just too used to the situation that people are losing their IPs, so I don't think,
So, like, kind of numb to it at this point.
yeah, I think like they're just too used to it. So
Fair
like
enough.
they will be sad about it. They might complain about it, but it doesn't become a big thing.
Interesting, because on the EN side,
Hmm.
and I think actually a lot of this seems to have been, it seems to have cropped up more after last year. But whenever there is some sort of withholding of the IP, when a company
Hmm.
collapses from withholding the IP in some way from the talent, whether it be by trying to insist that they buy it for a certain price, or whether just
Hmm.
refusing flat out to give it to them whatsoever, it
Hmm.
is like a major deal over here. People will essentially light the company on fire for denying the talents the ability to take their IP with them when the company closes, which I understand, but
Hmm.
it is quite interesting that on the JP side you don't see a similar kind of audience furor over this, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah,
Did it was it
yeah.
was it a thing like at some point over the last few years and then just sort of died down over time? Or was it always just
Um,
low? It was it always just like a
mm,
sort of low key simmering type of thing that just never really reached a boiling point.
I will also say that I think this is a bad habit of like one of the JP streamers for a fact, but they easily kind of give up their IP and they just
Oh, they
like
just don't fight.
they don't fight, or rather they want to restart as a different person.
I see. I see.
So I'm thinking like if there was a specific case that was the issue, but like I yeah, I don't really remember like there has been any issues about like IP type of stuffs in the JP side. Yeah, yeah, I don't think there was. There there are probably going to be some stuffs if I really dig in. If I like look at like 5chan, it's like 4chan in JP, but yeah, 5chan, Nichan, it's 2chan, something like that. But
Hmm.
um you probably really need to dig in. Like I'm pretty sure like in the JP side, like they easily will just give up the
They
IP.
usually, I would assume that the sentiment is more just I want to move on after the company collapse or something along those lines.
Yeah, and also one more thing is that because it's inside the Japanese country, like they could really get lawyered up from the other
Yeah,
agency, and they probably want to also avoid that situation. So.
I see, I see. Because yeah, there
Hmm.
are workers' rights in the West
Hmm.
do seem to be a lot more
Hmm.
intimidating to companies than they are to individual workers, which I would assume is sort of inverted on the JP side.
Yeah, 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 yeah. This one is a little bit tricky for me to actually answer. It might be better
Yeah,
to,
that's fair enough.
yeah, like, yeah, but it's a, yeah, it's probably something that I might want to avoid answering. So,
Yeah, that's
sorry.
understandable. So yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's just for
Hmm.
me looking in from the outside, it's just an
Yeah.
interesting kind of thing, especially since recently this topic in particular has become a
Yeah.
really hot button thing to discuss because of
Uh.
yeah various other
Yeah.
companies that have been closing down and how they're handling the handing out of IPs to the talents after the fact. So yeah, sorry I
Uh.
interrupted
Uh.
you.
uh no. 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 You're talking, so don't worry. I am just gonna say just personal opinion. Just
Yeah.
say personal opinion. Just freaking give up the freaking IP. Just give it to the talent. I'm like, no, no, no one really wants to like freaking deal with the drama. I'm like the agent. Aren't you all just tired from the freaking? I'm like, the
Like
people. I'm like, yeah, just make everyone's life easier, please.
yeah, I was going to say as well, like, okay,
Yeah.
if your company has,
Hmm.
if your company was only kept propped up because of investor funding, and now that you're collapsing, your investors are mad and they want some sort of effort to be made to try and squeeze as much money out of the talents on the way out as possible. Yeah, I can understand why you have an obligation to do that, but at the same time, like you said, it always comes off inherently scummy because it's not like the models are going to actually do anything for the company, even if technically, like monetarily, they are worth more as a tax write-off, maybe as like a loss that you made on your business, rather than just being, rather than just selling them off. So
Uh, can I actually give a little this is just a personal opinion. I could be
sure,
really wrong about this, but
sure,
like don't
absolutely, that's fine.
yeah, really take it deeply. But I kind of feel like it could also be the situation where where the talent also kind of wants to make the money off of those donations, that what they actually mention to buy out the IP. So like they might be actually posting some exaggerated amount to actually buy out the like
Oh, so they'll set like a higher
IP.
amount that they need to actually buy the model.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
that's
I would
like
assume that's normal because they have like other costs to make as well.
yeah, like that's just something that I thought about, but I could be really, really wrong about that. So, yeah, but
I
it could
mean,
be
I would
something
assume
that
that it's happened before. Like that kind of thing is, I would assume, is like fairly common. I would assume.
y yeah, like for living costs and also like I'm pretty sure like the talent also probably wants to look for a job. And honestly, I'm pretty sure like it could be a situation where the agency doesn't really give a F about the situation that they get canceled because they're already canceled
Yeah, they're
of the
already like
situation.
collapsed. They're dead. So I would
Ye-
imagine that they don't really give a shit anymore.
Yeah, so like it could be a combination of like the talent and also the agency trying to squeeze less money with together. Maybe,
So they don't
maybe,
like.
but
Yeah, I would assume they don't mind burning bridges anymore. So it's just, how much money can they recoup on the way out?
yeah, I'm just like I'm just gonna say this personally. If I was the talent and if I was a person that was getting along with the manager, like I will do it. So yeah, yeah,
Like you
like
try to buy the IP.
like not by the IP, but like if it was a situation that where already the agency is going to collapse, and you don't have a really uh like another career set up for like your next streaming career, if that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I'll make the buying IP reason for to do a donathon or something,
Oh yeah. No.
if that doesn't.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah,
The
like
only
and
thing.
just
Sorry. Yeah.
give a higher amount to because the contract is still going to be like active in those
Yeah.
streams, so like the agency is going to get a cut off of that. The town's also going to get a cut off of that. So
Yeah, no,
yeah,
I would assume that
yeah,
unless the agency explicitly states on paper otherwise, they would still take a cut out of any sort of donathon that you try to do to cover the cost of buying your own IP.
yeah. I'm just saying like if I was like really really desperate in that situation, I'll probably like do that and like have the agency agree with it. But
Hmm.
um it, personally, I'm just gonna say I have my Peter Boxy IP that is AND. So like if something happens, I'm like I'm just
You
going
always
back to
have like,
ND.
yeah, you always have something to, yeah, you have something else to come back to. I would assume, but
Yeah, so yeah, I'm kind of okay. But yeah, I'll just say like it could be like it's just my um thoughts. So
hmm.
I could be really wrong about this, but like that could also be something that might have been used. Okay, sorry.
No, that's
Sorry for
that's
talking too
absolutely
much, but
fine. No, 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 that's absolutely
Mhm.
fine.
Yeah.
Are you comfortable talking about
Hmm.
the Pixel Link thing?
Pixel link thing. Well,
If not, that's
there might be things
understandable.
that there might be things I might not answer, but go
Oh,
ahead.
it's not really me like asking you like anything in particular, but it's more just
Mhm. Mhm.
The thing that really sort of,
Mhm.
how do I say this? The Pixel Link situation with them selling off the IPs to the talents and then getting the talents to do like, or sorry, the talents being able to elect to do like an individual donathon to
Mhm.
cover this, or in the case of I forget which talent it was, but I remember that Zentrea from VShojo
Mhm.
bought out one of the IPs for one of the talents, which is absolutely
Mhm.
absolutely Giga Chad move. But when it
Yeah.
comes to the talents individually trying to raise funds to buy their IPs, one of the things that
Mhm.
struck me as a bit, the only way I can describe it as a bit odd and uncomfortable about the situation is I think everyone agrees that they want that talent, Rocky, to walk away with her IP, but nobody
Mhm.
wants this practice to catch on and become popularized in this industry for small companies if they were to collapse. I
Mhm.
think that the thing that makes this situation so weird from my perspective is
Mhm.
that if your stance on this, oh yeah, no, Dia Fortuna was the one who got her IP bought out by Zentrea. Yeah, so if
Mhm.
your stance on this, right, is that you think that the practice of selling off your IPs to your talents, even if your company is collapsing, is bad, if this is a practice that you abhor, you don't want to reward, you don't want to popularize, then that
Mhm.
also means that in order to remain morally consistent with that position, you couldn't donate for her to buy it either, which puts people in a bit of a weird spot where even if they object to the practice, they still have to reward it, and even
Mhm.
if they, even if they, yeah, regardless of and even if they really really want Rocky to walk away with the IP, they still have to reward what seems to be a bit of a unpopular practice, shall we say? Because it's just a really weird thing to observe from the outside looking in. Because perhaps it is the case that Pixel Link's decision to sell off their IPs is, it could be justified to some extent. It could be, because of the fact that the CEO has medical bills to cover or whatever, and they invested a lot of,
Mhm.
he invested a lot of his own money in running the company. That's all completely
Mhm.
possible. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it is very much a possibility that other companies looking at this situation might also be gauging whether it is a viable practice for them to pick up as well, which is what makes this a little, again, optically a bit of a bit of a weird conundrum that Pixel Inc. has set up for everybody in this
Yeah.
industry.
Well, per-
I
personal.
Yeah.
Well. Go ahead. Sorry. Could continue.
Oh
Um.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no. I wasn't really going to say anything too much
Mhm.
else. I can come back to it later, but yeah.
Like it really make like my take on this is like, what are the attentions of bringing these informations public?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well, right? Because
Yeah.
it's one thing if
Like the all of these things can been kept behind the scene for a fact.
yeah, like
Like,
if for example Rocky just decided to do a donathon on her own and it wasn't
mhm,
confirmed publicly that she was doing it with the intention of buying her IP, then I think that would have
yeah,
been, again, it sounds like a superficial difference, but I think that would have been very, it wouldn't have been as clear a signal that the two things were linked one to one, I suppose.
yeah. I'm like that is just my like yeah like that is where like it brought me in, like there might be a possibility of like that the actual like IP the cost of the IP is actually lower than what they're saying, because like it's just that bringing these informations to public is it is a really awkward thing to do as a company, or a like even as like I don't.
It's
It
just a
it
very
is.
weird decision to share that as a company, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just because like personally, I'll rather handle those type of informations like um
Behind the
behind the
scenes.
scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the thing that struck me as
So.
being a little weird is because even though Rocky was the
Mhm.
one who personally, in her own graduation statement, said,
Yeah.
clarified that she was doing this for the purposes of buying out her own IP, that statement still
Yeah.
had to be approved by management. And
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen an instance where management has been okay with the talent explicitly confirming that that is going on.
Yeah.
Even companies like
Or.
Ayan, when they died, did not
Mhm.
confirm that, even though it was, even though it was rumored, it was alleged to be the case by, people behind the scenes. The company
Y-
itself never allowed that information to be confirmed officially, which is what
Yeah,
strikes me as
like that.
weird.
The possible thing is that it could also be that the talent ignored management and just took the action that from my experience there was something similar that happened in the
Hmm.
past that um at like some situation about like some graduation stuffs,
I suppose
but
that could be the case. The only thing that makes me feel like
yeah.
that might not be the only thing that
Hmm.
makes me feel inclined that this was actually approved by
Hmm.
management is because Rocky wasn't
Hmm.
the only talent that did that. Because Kana, in
Yeah.
her grad statement, also said she had
Hmm.
been able to purchase her IP, which is
Yeah.
why I do think that it sounds like something that management would have signed off on because two different
Yeah.
talents with very different circumstances have confirmed it in their own in their own statements.
Um, just a point of view of um, like it's rather going to be that both talents were uh like it could be agreed from management. That's number one. Number two is that um both talents were yeah f this shit, it's freaking BS. We're gonna expose this and get this agency on fire.
I
Like
guess that could be the case, but
it could be the case, but
I will say
like
though, the from their grad
yeah,
streams, it does sound like the parting is at least somewhat amicable, which is why I'm not really I'm
yeah,
not really convinced that they
yeah,
did it as a middle finger, right?
yeah, yeah. Yeah. It's really up to them. So I don't really know what will be the correct answer to this, but it's going to be either it was approved by management, and if that's the case, was it management's like um idea to do that, or was it like agreed with the towns?
I would
That's
assume that it's
questionable.
agreed with the talents, but either way,
Yeah. Hmm.
if management is okay with that, it's again, it's this weird thing where I think Eddie in chat, yeah, you put
Yeah.
it kind of perfectly. Where
Hmm.
I want the Pixelink situation to be a one and done rather than something that starts a trend among collapsing corpos, because
Yeah.
again, I think it's in this particular case, I think it's more than fair if you want to be able to secure that IP rather than worrying
Hmm.
about the hypothetical scenario of other companies picking it up because, well, the second, the companies picking it up is hypothetical. Whereas if you do donate to Rocky, you very much do guarantee that she is going to be able to purchase her IP. However, at
Yeah.
the same time, I think ignoring the possibility of this being something that's you know ignoring the possibility that more people than just us are watching the situation develop, I think that would be a bit
Yeah.
naive.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, like, yeah. It is this thing that I also hope it's not gonna repeat
Yeah,
for other. But
time will
uh,
tell, but it's a really
well,
weird like spot.
Armchair. Well, let's be honest. How many agencies are alive right now?
That's true. the thing is,
Yeah, yeah.
the thing about
It's a
VTuber
little sad, but
agencies
yeah.
though is that
Hmm.
you don't know. Well, very commonly,
Hmm.
what has happened over the course of the last like 6 to 8 months or whatever is very
Hmm.
often the first time many people will hear about an agency is either when it
Hmm.
fucks up or when it dies, and so I do think that there are quite a few VTuber agents, like small corpos, running around, but it's just that
Yeah.
for the most part, they seem to be obscure unless you are actively looking for them and keeping up with them. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
I could count all of the promising, somewhat promising small agencies that are currently
Hmm.
in existence on one hand. I'm pretty sure, but there are
Hmm.
definitely more than just that. So,
Yeah. 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 I'm
it's
like,
I think there's definitely
the-
enough for this practice to become a
yeah.
pattern in the future
Hmm.
if again if the people running those corporations are, I suppose, taking away the wrong lessons from what happened with Pixelink. So
Yeah. Yeah. Like, um, I'll say that I don't think the information about what happened to PixelLink is known in the JP side, so there might be a corporation that might just do the exact same thing in the future.
yeah, I
Like
can
if there
only yeah.
is, oh, okay,
Oh
if
no, no,
there
sorry.
is a JP corporation, like hopping into like the EN business in the future. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, because I was going to say on the EN side, I can only hope that
Hmm.
the PR shitstorm around the decision to sell IPs to the
Hmm.
talents is enough of a deterrent for this to become common practice. Although, like
Yeah.
we've said before, right, if your company's collapsing, you don't have any intentions of doing any further business venture in this industry, that's not really going to mean much to you over the
Hmm.
possibility of just recouping your money. So,
Yeah. Honestly, my take on this is just like, yeah, just get the freaking IP, please. I'm like, 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 yeah, just make your life easier. Like, make everyone's life easier, please. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm just gonna say like there was a lot of situations that where people had asked for IP, and I'm like, no,
yeah,
like I need to say no.
yeah,
But
because the
like,
company
in
position, I would
my
assume.
yeah, in my heart, I'm like that is not my personal opinion, but
Yeah.
like it's my job, so sorry.
I can only imagine that like in instances like that, right, where you have to take a company stance because you're working as part of management, but you
Hmm.
personally disagree with it, that it can get quite painful, especially if you've had enough time to develop any sort of interpersonal like bond with the people that you manage.
Hmm. Yeah. I am gonna say that this might be a little unprofessional, but like in situations that if there was things that I need to handle that I disagree with the company, I sneakily like basically gave a way out to the talent, like how to like handle the situation
Oh, so like
most
you like
times.
give them like a little bit of advice as to what they might be able to
Yeah,
do.
like like basically just tell them like I'm pretty sure if you do this, the agency is gonna act like this, so just act. I'm pretty sure things will get approved, something like that. Like I
Okay.
just
I don't
gave
think
them like
that's
a
I don't think that's a bad thing, because I mean that's still ethical conduct. That's still allowed within the remit of your job, I would assume. Like you're
yeah,
not outright going against company policy or anything, but you are making sure that the employee understands that they have options.
yeah, like yeah, it's like yeah, it is a like one of the hard parts like about the EN business. So
Mm.
about the EN business was that there was a lot of situations where um like culture wise because it was a Japanese company, the company didn't understand like how the E and English people, like the community people, will react to how things were going to turn out. Comparing like then the town needed to like handle that situation. So like usually like there were a lot of situations that where I kind of like sneakily gave advice to the talents like how to handle situations to get like a middle ground for the agency and also like the talent for like what they both wanted.
I think that's,
Something that happened
to be
commonly.
honest,
Yeah.
I think that's just ethical business practice. No?
Um, I'll say like from the company point of view, like because it gives the company itself a little distrust towards me being a manager and like doing things behind the scene. Um, like as a manager, probably it's a good thing, but as a like coworker, it's a little tricky thing. I'll say
That's
probably.
understandable, because I would assume
Yeah.
that the implication would probably be something along the lines of, make it. I would assume that the implication from upper management would be something like, don't don't give them any leverage or whatever. Just get rid of them
Yeah,
or
like
something along those lines.
the yeah, like for transparency, like the yeah, for transparency, like do the conversations in front of everyone. Like that's something that
Yeah. I think if you
they
insist
will
on that,
be
that's like that. Again, I don't think that's I don't think that's illegal. I don't think that's unprofessional. I
mm,
think it's just ethical, right? Because if the town's
yeah.
going to be like, if the town's about to be let go because the company's collapsing or whatever, and you're trying to
Hmm.
discuss like how things are going, I do think that it's one of the bare minimums to be able to have a direct
Hmm.
dialogue between the people who run the company and the people who are on the receiving end of the company breaking down, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Okay. Yeah. I'll take that as I guess a compliment, maybe.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because again,
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to stay, well, not
Hmm.
not neutral, but I'm trying to be fair. Like looking at this from the
Yeah.
perspective of, these are human beings interacting with one another. And I think
Yeah.
expecting
Yeah.
you as a manager to just be nothing more than a corporate mouthpiece would be unreasonable. So,
Hmm. Yeah.
I think that action is, I don't think it,
Hmm.
I don't think it's a bad thing, in
Yeah.
my opinion. As biased
Thank
as
you.
I am, but yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to ask as well is
Okay.
from the Kizuna Eye situation where Activate tried to, introduce more voice actors for Kizuna Eye, and that went over
Mm-hmm.
really poorly for a lot of her audience. Is is the idea of changing the person behind a VTuber IP just as stigmatized in Japan as it is in the West?
People hates it. People
Okay,
hates it.
okay. I'm
People
glad to see
people
that
do
that's
not
like a
like it.
universal
Yeah.
thing.
I like no no not no. That's like I hate it. People hate it. I never saw like there was a different VTuber. I think it was from like the Game Club or something. Kokoa-san. I don't really remember the name, but like there was a VTuber that had a voice actor changed, and people just hated it.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm. It is somewhat comforting to note that seems to be like consistent between the two sides of the industry, because yeah, no, that always struck me as one of the most cynical and cold things that a company can do with an IP
Hmm. Yeah.
is just try to swap the person behind it, which is, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm like not acceptable. I will not be happy with that situation. But I'm just gonna say that possible things that might happen in the future about like corporations that did kind of like collapse in the EN side. Like possible things that I could imagine could happen is that they will use the freaking model for a new Japanese talent because it was introduced to the
Oh,
Japanese
so
side.
they'll try to like count on the fact that
Yeah.
not both audiences might not be equally familiar.
Yeah, like that could be a situation that might happen in the future. That's
Hmm.
just my point of view. Like,
Interesting.
Yeah, that might could happen in the future. But
In your opinion, do you think that the
yeah,
audiences between the EN and JP side are disconnected enough for that to be possible?
yes, like they like I'm just gonna say that the JP side have no freaking idea what happened last 2024 February in the inside. Like
Ah,
they don't really have no clue about what was going on. So
it would be interesting to see if a company tries to do that, because it hasn't happened to my knowledge. Has it happened at all from your from what you know, or is this like something that hasn't been tried yet?
I probably should not answer this, so I'm not gonna
Okay,
say
fair
it.
enough, understandable.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll leave it up to like everyone's
individual
imagination.
speculation, I suppose.
Yes.
Actually, one thing that
Hmm.
one thing that you've brought up over the course of this stream, like over and over again, is this idea that these companies and the talents over on the JP side seem to be just as vulnerable to and afraid of getting cancelled as people
Hmm.
seem to be on the EN side. So I
Yeah.
wanted to ask if, well, how does getting cancelled on the JP side of VTubing differ from the way that it works on the EN side of VTubing? Because on the EN side, it's become so common that it's developed into a trope in and of itself, where if you see a combination of Google Documents and
Hmm.
Twitter, you know
Hmm.
immediately, like it's become a Pavlovian response where people have been conditioned into recognizing that specific combination of apps or media, meaning that somebody's about to get cancelled in a very specific way. So
By the way, I actually like the Kaiba.
I thought you would, because you play
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Yeah, I do play Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, we can leave the Yu-Gi-Oh part on the side, but
Fair
yeah,
enough.
thank you for picking up the Kaiba. That's like the perfect image for this situation. Yeah, I shall say that cancellation, it depends on the level of the cancellation. Like, um, for example, to like point to uh yeah, for the level of the cancellation on the inside, like um um like uh yeah, about, I really don't want to say the company's name, but Nishi Ien, for a fact,
Yeah.
the level of how they got cancelled,
I
there
think that was
is
like
only
industry shattering. It's not something that we've seen on that scale thus far, I don't think.
I'll say there was one that happened in the
Oh,
JP side,
interesting.
that is the Uru Harushia situation, for a fact.
I see. Okay.
Like that is like, I'll say like it's the same level of what happened on the EN side and the JP side, that, but like after the 2024 February event, what happened in the past, I'm gonna say that the EN side really got more, how do you call it, or mm, mm, uh more sensitive about like agencies. So like that just like really, I didn't think like that continue like that had like continually had other agencies to get canceled. But also at the same time, uh the agencies that been getting canceled on the inside are like, it's the same company most of the time. So I'm like,
Yeah,
mm,
it happens. I think that what happened in February of 2024 kicked off a kind of domino effect where
yeah.
after that people became, it's almost like developing allergies to something, where
Mm,
after you have that initial exposure to something, you have that big reaction to it. Every other time
hmm.
subsequently when you come into contact with something similar, you have a similar kind of reaction. You become a lot more sensitive to the same sort of thing cropping up over and over again. So
Yeah, yeah.
I do think that
I'm
yeah, that happened in the EN side of things. Sorry.
oh well no no like I'm like sorry, this might be a little rude to. I'm not gonna mention which agency or person, but like, it is a talent to be getting canceled for a entire year,
Yeah,
like almost every single month.
yeah. That does take a bit of a special kind of shittery in order to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mention the name, but yeah. Well, thank you for the sounder, by the way. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. All right. So, yeah. Yeah.
on
So,
the
that
sorry, yeah.
in the JP side, I'm just gonna say that because like agency drama stuffs are just too common. I don't really see like too many big things getting on like the drama sphere on like JP, unless it's if it's like a really really big corporation.
Interesting. So, would you say that because I have seen some people in the chat say that
Hmm.
EN seems to be getting cancelled in the EN seems to be more common and more over petty things than it is on the JP side. Would you say that that's
Hmm.
an accurate kind of distinction between the two?
I do think so. I just hope that like agencies learn from like the past mistakes that happened. I guess on the inside, yeah, but yeah, I do. I'll say like I do somewhat agree with that. Yeah.
Interesting, because yeah, some people, yeah, as Ahara pointed out, people have been there are some creators over on the EN side that people have been trying to quote unquote cancel for ages now, even though it's never worked. So
Hmm.
is it like a persistent thing in JP VTubing as well, where there are certain creators that people just don't like and they keep trying to, I suppose, create some sort of cancel campaign over, or is it mostly an EN quirk, audience quirk?
I'm pretty sure that there is, and I do think it's been working.
Oh, it
Like
worked. It's
work,
been working.
it's working. I think, yeah.
Damn.
It's been working for a few people, but um, uh, yeah, yeah. It might be better to not talk about this
Fair
on
enough.
stream because it's like there are some interesting informations that I'm pretty sure you might be a little like if once when you actually know the small details, like there could be some
It's a
shocking,
bit more ambiguous
yeah.
than just people who are doing this are being stupid or something along those lines. I would assume.
I'm just gonna say like the situation I'm talking about sounds like it's going to be like not related to like a thing that is like really huge, but if you actually like know like the smaller details, like it relates to like a bigger like thing. So
Interesting.
I'll later like send you in the chat what I'm talking about
Sure,
later. I
sure.
think that that is just better. Like even for the talents themselves, like it's probably better to like not have these informations talk in public.
That's
So
fair
yeah,
enough. I mean, again, if it's something you're not comfortable discussing, that's perfectly fine. So
yeah.
actually, Eddie in chat raises a pretty
Hmm.
interesting question, which is, do you feel like
Hmm.
on the JP side of things that cancellations carry more weight than they do here on the EN side?
No, no, definitely not.
So it's equally this
Uh,
it's equally effective or ineffective depending, like, there's like no
no, no, no.
distinction.
I mean, like cancellation. In the EN side, it continues like for a long like people in the EN side like actually remembers that company for like getting canceled for effect, but like in the JP side, people usually will forget about the situation, like what happened, or or rather that talent might just like um switch their IP to a
Like
different
do a
character.
rebrand or something.
Yeah, like it's
Interesting. Okay. So you think
yeah,
that
like
cancellations on the EN side actually involving the audience like hounding the thing that got cancelled more than what happens on the
uh,
JP?
yeah, like the JP side. I'm just gonna say it because like there's just too many VTubers for a fact, like way too many VTubers because
It's just too much to keep track of.
yeah, like yeah, like and also like there's way too many agencies, way too many VTubers. It's just like you can't really
Interesting.
beat track on everything.
I wonder if because when it comes to the VTubing industry,
Hmm.
I think it's pretty widely accepted that JP's VTubing industry is an advanced form of whatever's going on the inside. So I wonder if at some point down the future, I wonder if the EN side grows to resemble that. It ends up adopting that aspect of things where it's just, you know, too many VTubers, too many agencies, or, you know, people just can't be bothered to keep track of everything, etc., etc., or whether the cultural difference will be enough to keep that separation intact as even as the industry evolves. Which I think that would be quite
Hmm.
interesting to observe as time goes on. But
I
sorry, yeah.
think that like Japan is a little ahead. Well, yeah, VTubing did start from Japan, so like they should be ahead few years than like what the
Just general
than
development, I
like
would
the
assume.
yeah for the Ian culture. So if like I really don't know how things are gonna turn out with Irium, but if Irium gets successful on the English side, and if like business will be like more popping off with like more different agencies and also like probably like artists, those kind of things, it might chill a little bit if that is the case. But I'm pretty sure they're also like really like working how to like make it into the English like Western culture, so it might take a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to be honest, so far from what
Mhm.
I've seen of Irium's expansion into, well, just actually not even Irium specifically, but just mobile streaming apps in general,
Yeah.
I just don't think that they're. It would take. I think it would take one of the big two getting shut down in
Yeah.
order for those to even have a chance, and that's before people consider things like Kick or Rumble
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah. Like yeah. Yeah. It's just that it growed through the JP culture, like it, but mobile streaming didn't grow through like the English culture because they didn't have it, so it's not
Yeah,
common. Like that is like the biggest challenge for them. So like they need to really come up with like a reason why people actually try the app itself, and I think
yeah, they
they're
need a
trying to figure that
premise.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some actually, let's say you were put in charge
Hmm.
of like, you know, brainstorming ideas for how to best
Hmm.
sell a best sell a mobile streaming app to a Western audience, right?
Hmm.
What do you think would cut it as a premise that would actually be able to get people on there?
Like, I'm just gonna like say things without thinking the budget,
Sure.
but
Like, let's pretend you
um,
have infinite money.
infinite money. Like, I will like first thing, like just knowing the culture of like Twitcast. Twitcast is a app that was able to be accessible from the computer or mobile, and that was why it was successful. So I'll like make one of the apps accessible from both. I'll say. That's number one. I think like that. Like, if you like, you need to like be able to like have it accessible from the computer and phone. That's number one. Number two, I'll probably like um try to ask like huge streamers, like pay huge streamers to actually come on and stream for like that platform itself, if that does make sense, and like probably give a deal like making content like visiting Japan, a few events, few things, something like that. I think that will actually have some huge streamers actually hopping into the app itself and then making content talking about the app itself on YouTube that where people will actually draw attention to the app itself, if that does kind of make sense. And then yeah, and also have them to actually basically pay them to actually mention like the benefits of the app itself. I think
I
that's
think I
what.
think Irium's already trying to do that by getting some of the EN streamers to be founding streamers on their platform.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I think I don't know what is why they don't really do like the computer stuff. It might be about like trying to avoid botting.
yeah, no,
Like,
I would imagine that it might have something to do with that. Actually,
yeah.
Azahara brings up a pretty interesting point in chat as well, which is that
Mhm.
there might be some sort of a link between how much the culture on the JP side revolves around commuting to work or just using public transport, which feeds into why mobile apps are more popular over there
That
compared
is
to
actually really,
yeah.
really true. For example, I don't know if any of you actually did look at my Twitter, but I use this hashtag called Ohio VTuber, and this hashtag is just huge in the Japanese VTubing scene because um, usually you want to post this post around 7 p.m. or maybe 6:30 to 45. No, not p.m. A.m. in the morning till like 9 a.m. and um like yeah, a lot of people will respond or react to these posts in the JP side for a fact.
And that's I would assume that that's mostly because of the whole public transport thing.
Yeah, that's when people are like on the trains looking at Twitter and like they're looking at their Oshis. The Ohio VTuber trending is just like a easy way to just communicate with your Oshi that just saying good morning and they might respond
Oh.
to you. So yeah, um it kind of like boosts your algorithm, if that does kind of make sense. So
Yeah.
a lot of people just a lot of VTubers just continue to use that trend, and yeah, it's like one of the really successful VTuber
That's actually kind of
hashtags in the
cute,
JP side.
honestly.
Yeah, yeah. I'm some people been hopping on I'll say that there are some really useful Japanese trending tags because just the amount of people who they're what they're using it could be sometimes it could be effective, but yeah, things that the EN side doesn't really have is trending hashtags for the VTubing side because um the only one that I do think that's really effective is VTuber Uprising. That one has been pretty decently good, but
I think VTuber
outside of that,
Uprising has become a little I don't know. I feel like it's
uh
become a bit of
oh
a bit of a tired trope as of late.
oh
Although
shit.
I could be wrong about that, to be
No, no,
honest.
you're probably right because yeah. I need to get updated. People, please tell me what is the actual better hashtags
The
for
thing is,
VTubing.
on the EN side, I'm
Yeah.
because
Hmm.
I've heard, and again, this is not confirmed, but I've heard that
Hmm.
Elon is actively deboosting people using hashtags in their tweets on the
That
platform.
it. I
So
did heard about that.
yeah, the thing is, if Ohio, what was it?
Hmm.
Is it Ohio VTuber?
Good morning, VTuber. Yeah, Ohio
Yeah,
VTuber. Yeah.
If Ohio VTuber is popping off on the JP side, even in spite of that, I don't know if there is an equivalent on the EN side. Because that might
Gotcha.
just be something that, in much the same way that a lot of entrepreneurs trying to start VTubing corpos don't realize that Hololive was only possible because of the pandemic, I think a lot
Yeah.
of the mobile apps trying to break into the EN market might also be glossing over what Azahara pointed out earlier on, which is the fact that if you don't have the
Hmm.
aspects of your culture or everyday life that are the same thing as what goes on in Japan with the normalization of commuting to work, the use of
Hmm.
public transport compared to personal driving, unless you have those aspects that are not directly to do with the industry itself, you might not be able to sustain the same kind of like industry. Where I do think
Yeah.
that the fact that Elon may be deboosting
Hmm.
hashtags, I think that's just cancelled out by how popular getting on
Hmm.
your phone is on the JP side of things, which
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think has an equivalent in the EN market just about now.
Yeah.
So
Like other things that I could also mention about the difference with JP and Yin is like there's different time zones for a fact.
yeah. Also, actually, yeah, Liam Weeks,
Hmm.
you made a pretty good point as well, which is that vast
Hmm.
variety of EN VTubing where there's like no there doesn't seem to be any cohesion in terms of the content genre, the personality type, the what you specialize in doing, the aesthetics or whatever. All of that is like really different. There's no
Hmm.
consistency when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I do wonder if,
Yeah.
in a weird kind of way, the secret to getting mobile apps popular on the EN side is just to
Hmm.
pray that our governments get their shit together and actually build usable public transport. Which it sounds really counterintuitive, but that might just be
Yeah.
the secret to helping to making the apps viable in this market.
Hey, everyone just moved to New York. Like you don't need a car over there.
I
You
don't
just need
think
to get
New
on a
York
train.
is like an example of like usable public transport. I think New York public. I think people are too busy like looking around, making sure they don't get like jumped to
Uh,
be able to look at their phone while they're on public transport in New York. To be
it,
honest,
to be honest, I lived in New York for like well I'll say like I lived in New York for half of my life, but I'll say like depending on like what type of work and like how long your transport is, but
fair enough.
at the same time so yeah, if you are on a New York subway, you are gonna lose the uh yeah, you're gonna lose service. So yeah, I guess it doesn't work. Never mind. Now, everyone forget about what I said. Yeah, no need to move to New York. Forget it.
To be yeah, I just wanted to point out like from
Yeah.
everything I've heard, New York seems to be not the safest place to be able to just sit down
Mhm.
and chill on your phone. But yeah,
Before COVID, it was pretty safe. I'll say after COVID.
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, I like my life in New York was like I was like kind of working as a translator at that moment and like was trying to be a flight attendant.
Oh,
And
interesting.
uh
Damn.
uh yeah, that was like when I quit, not quit but like left Twitcast. And like I was focusing to try to be a flight attendant. So I was like studying and yeah, like was working as a like a interpreter type of job. And yeah, like I worked for like 5 days a week ish, and on weekends I went to hang out with my friends playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Play Yu-Gi-Oh! Like we my friend was running a tournament, so just join the tournament, win the tournament, go play basketball, eat food, play Smash Bros, go home. That was like my schedule. So
Damn. I feel like actually Freakman in chat
Mhm.
actually raised a pretty good point where I think the equivalent to how people in Japan watch VTubing content on their phones on the way to work, the
Yeah.
equivalent to that would probably be what you just described, where you come home from work, you then chill by playing Smash Bros or whatever, like playing a bit of Yu-Gi-Oh. Where the way
Yeah.
that most people consume VTubing content or just content in general, streaming content, is
Hmm.
not when they're on the way to work so
Yeah.
much as it is when they're just trying to relax at home.
Hmm.
And so I think for that reason, the whole idea of looking at your mobile is a lot less popular than it is on the JP side, where
Yeah.
you want to be able to like type and chat and interact as well, which is a little awkward to do on your phone compared to if you had your keyboard in front of you and you could just do that whenever as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I do think like they really like if they really want to fit in like the English market, they probably also like should have like released the service itself to like to like the computer like yeah, like being able to have access from the computer side, but they also do need to think of how to like deal like modding, not
Yeah,
modding,
deal
but
with like bots
botting.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that I think that like that's the biggest issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I could very much see that being the case.
Hmm.
Actually, I'm curious. When it comes to the audience culture, right, the chatter culture on
Yeah.
these mobile streaming apps, on in general, let's
Hmm.
settle just on Irium, for example.
Yeah.
Would you say that the chatter culture is more similar to the way that it is on Twitch or the way that it is on YouTube?
YouTube, I'll say probably YouTube. YouTube, I think like the easiest one is going to be TikTok Live, I think,
Oh,
to
okay. So
describe
it's
it.
more similar to TikTok Live than either of those two.
Yeah, probably. I think that's like the closest one that is like around US culture, but mm, yeah, yeah. If anything, so other positive parts of Irium is that like it's focused like heavily focused on chatting, but like there's no lag in between the chat and the streamer.
Oh, so
The
it's just
streamer's
instant. There's like no latency.
yeah, that is the like that is one of like the strong parts of Irium. So like you immediately get like a interaction from the streamer if they are like focusing on the comments. So that's one of the good parts. But yeah, about YouTube, there is going to be like a probably like 1 minute delay usually ish.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
So, yeah,
Hmm.
Liam in chat. So the differences between those three, so TikTok Live, YouTube, and Twitch, as I would describe them, is that on YouTube, yeah, like you just said, Peter, there is usually going to be more latency between when the audience, types something, when a chatter types something, and when the streamer is able to view and react to it. So
Yeah.
while all three of them have interactivity occurring because it's a live stream, it's just part of the medium. I do think that there are different degrees of interactivity and different ways of interactivity, that different popular ways of interacting between viewer and streamer that you have on each of those three. YouTube seems to be a bit more, how do I say? It seems to be more geared towards the chatter reacting to the streamer rather than talking with the streamer, I suppose. Because the ways in which
Yeah.
the ways in which
Hmm.
people have to actually interact with the streamer seem to be a bit more limited than they are on TikTok or Twitch, for example, where you're mostly confined to using that little the emoji button in the bottom right of your chat and super
Hmm.
chatting or typing. Whereas on Twitch you have things like you have bits, you have TTS, you have channel points, etc., etc., etc. And on TikTok
Hmm.
Live, it's the same sort of thing, but more. I guess it's more. It's more immediate because it has, I would assume, even less latency than it does on Twitch. So that's
Yeah.
that's what when I say that they have different chat cultures. That's usually what I mean.
Yeah. 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 Like I like I'm like really not negative about like Irium as like their business, but
Hmm.
it's just that like I do really agree it's going to be really hard to fit into the US culture. That's just
Yeah.
something that I like yeah, it's yeah, just
Now that I've seen
knowing
someone actually
uh,
bring up the fact that there is like a big
mhm,
difference in terms of the everyday consumption habits due to how people transport themselves around, I
yeah.
think I honestly am not sure as to
Hmm.
whether they have
Hmm.
the, I suppose, the contextual support needed in order for that transition to take place.
Is this wait,
To do with
we're
the
talking
public
about
transport thing, the Irium and stuff like that,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Um, Morning streams are actually kind of like I don't know if it's popular in the US, but like it's popular in Japan. So like it definitely like the transport thing definitely does affect the situation. I'm thinking if like night like mainly nighttime streams. I'm like, one more thing that this is just a general question, but like from my point of view, but like JP people don't really have like gaming PCs or like they don't really have a like PC. Like they'll have like a MacBook for work, but that is pretty much it, and it's for work usually. They
Yeah.
don't really use heavily use computers. Like I just question like how like the EN side like how everyone actually does have a PC because like usually it's like expensive for a fact. Um,
It's a very
mm,
popular thing on the. I do think there is more
mm,
of a I think a culture around having a
yeah,
PC and using that PC to consume content, play games, etc., etc. Than
yeah,
perhaps there might be on the JP side.
yeah. I
Actually,
think that yeah.
would you say
Go
that
ahead.
on the JP side, audiences are more console slash phone focused than they are on the EN side?
Nowadays people are getting PCs, but also like I'm gonna say like it's pretty obvious that a lot of people don't really have a like really good PC comparing to like the US because a lot of people like this is like off topic, but a lot of people from the JP side wants to play Monster Hunter, but they don't have a PC to actually play it or a PlayStation 5. So yeah, like they don't really have a like good PC for a fact. It's just like it's not the culture, I think.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's been some stuffs that like because last week I was like kind of like doing a rehab stream on Twitter for like Monster Hunter, and I was asking like some of my audience if they wanted to join, but they were like, "Oh no, I don't have Monster Hunter," or like, I don't have the PC." And I was like, "Oh crap." Yeah. Okay.
It
Go.
is quite interesting to know how the usage rates of different devices that that you use to consume your content.
Yeah.
How much that difference seems to be the case between the EN and JP sides
Hmm.
or EN and JP audiences.
Yeah.
Someone else. Hold on. Let me see who it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, what was it? Wait, who said this? Oh yeah. Quabotti also raised a pretty good
Hmm.
point where in the West it does seem to be a lot more popular where when people are commuting to work, it seems to be a lot more popular to listen to things like podcasts than it is to
Hmm.
actually tune into live streams. And one of the other possible factors in that could be that data in the West is pretty expensive. So if you are going to consume some sort of content on your way to work, usually you'd settle for something that you only need to stream audio of rather than audio and video.
Yeah, that is actually a really good point. Yeah.
Is data
Yeah.
like just on average less expensive in Japan?
Not really, but people just use Wi-Fi for like
Ah, okay.
yeah,
Well, your
like what
trains have like their own Wi-Fi or something.
no no, they don't have Wi-Fi on trains, but mm, I think there's also like some unlimited service like unlimited data services for some phone services, but usually cuz yeah, yeah, like they watch streams on the morning and mm, mm, mm. Yeah, like interesting part of that I want to like mention right here is that we've been talking about like more morning transportation, but usually the JP side, just like how the JP community works is that usually there are some streamers that do morning streams, but most of the times they stream at nighttime and they do the good morning VTuber trending in the Japanese side in the morning, and they will actually post out their what do you call it schedule right there and interact with their audience or like their fans mostly like as a VTuber it's better to respond to them in these things that way like you can remind them that you're streaming at nighttime or something like that
Yeah, just
so
keep the
uh
engagement going.
yeah so that's one thing that I'll say um yeah, so just thinking of how the data stuff's working, like unless your Oshi is like a heavy streamer that streams in the morning, or like take advantage of like the morning like train stuffs, or like other streamers are not streaming at a time. I guess like yeah, like because like the only data they are gonna use is going to be Twitter, and I don't think that actually does Twitter spend a lot of data?
I don't,
Like
I don't think so, but
yeah,
I wouldn't be too sure about
y-
how that adds up for other people.
yeah. And then usually it's like nighttime streams, so like people will have like Wi-Fi. So
Huh. Interesting.
yeah, yeah. Mm, this is it's a really good point of view. I do need to do some research about the well, like about the common way the Japanese VTuber like do their stuffs is like if you are a indie, it's going to be like good morning VTuber around 7 a.m. ish. You post that, and then you pretty much post your schedule on that post. Well, there are also people that don't post their schedules, so just keep that in mind.
Fair.
Um, then you kind of like if you are smart enough, like you could like reply to them like 3 hours before your stream to like just have them remind that you're going to be streaming
Oh,
if
so you
they
just
are like
yeah, you just use that as like a little
y-
tap on the shoulder to make sure that yeah they don't
yeah,
forget or
yeah,
something
like
like that.
that is pretty much how I'll actually like do like my good morning VTuber stuffs usually. But yeah, then that happens afternoon. VTubers like yeah, like they work, so like they're also at work. So yeah, they work, get home, stream at nighttime. Yeah, so like pretty much they like the viewers will also have Wi-Fi. It's just that it's more about that they don't use computers, I think.
I think you brought this up before, but generally
Yeah, go
speaking,
ahead.
among JP streamers, JP VTubers,
Yeah.
is it? Do people usually set out and start, on average, right? Do people set out with the
Mhm.
intention of turning this into a full time thing, or is it usually just something that they do as a second job?
So this is going to be a little bit interesting stuff to talk about Irium, but um in JP Irium there's rankings in the app itself, and depending on your ranking, you actually get paid hourly in the app for
Oh,
that.
so they add like a bonus payment on there or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, so like you could like you could do it as a side job for a fact. I'll just say. Um, in the US side, I'm pretty sure like they're not doing that because they are still like figuring out how to
They're
make
still
things
figuring out how to
things work.
yeah, how to get off the ground, I would assume.
And once when you add in the ranking system, it gets really competitive because um I'm just gonna say like it's the ranking system. I kind of hate it because it's really like money involved.
I would assume that it makes it a
And
lot more cynical when you're streaming.
yeah, like you really need to care about like how much donations you actually
Yeah,
get from
everything becomes
like
about like numbers, 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 and like farming.
yeah, kinda. So like I don't even know if they're gonna add that to like the US side, but like yeah, like if you are in the highest rank on the JP Irium, they will pay you like 2,000 yen ish per hour, and but it's limited to 2 hours a day because people could just like leave their phone like on and just leave like run through like just like run the hours. So like 2 hours a day, and you do that for a month. Like you like I'll say like you'll probably make like 1,000 or like 1,000 like $1,000 ish in USD probably.
Damn. Okay, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, yeah, like I don't I'd like it, but it's a really it gets really toxic about the rankings. So
Oh yeah, no,
I
absolutely. I can imagine that.
yeah, I kind of wish they don't bring it over to the US side. I'll just be
Yeah,
honest with you.
yeah. I can only imagine the amount of menhera that would unleash if people who usually have, if you get that kind of, I mean, already on the EN side, there's plenty of, shall we say, anxiety that crops up around the whole number obsessing thing. But if they bring over
Yeah,
rankings as well, I feel like
yeah.
that would make it like exponentially worse.
I will also mention that why Irium is actually really good for like resume material is that you can also freaking write about the ranking stuffs
True,
on your
true.
resume
Damn, it
because
really
like
does seem to all be geared towards a more, I suppose, corpo business minded way of doing streaming.
yeah like other yeah like I'm just yeah like it's really good for auditions that like that's how I feel about like Irium stuffs are because um yeah um yeah, just from my experience, yeah, like there are a lot of stuff that you could just use as like a resume from that app. So yeah. Um
Hmm.
okay. Yeah.
Actually, Liam
Hmm.
brought up a pretty good point in chat, which is
Hmm.
with if Irium can afford to pay its top streamers that much, like an hourly rate for streaming on their site,
Hmm.
how does it manage to afford that? Is it just because of how much money they get via donos or people interacting on the site or advertisers or something like that?
So it's I think the highest rank is going to be S3 in JP. And like the ranking system like if you don't gain a decent amount of points, you like get deranked in this system. And
Okay, so it's actually like a constantly updating like algorithm that ranks people as well.
yes. So
Okay.
the like yeah. Yeah. It's and like to do this like there is going to like explain the measurement of like these points are really hard, but like there is going to be these points that you need to gain off of like donations and it those donation the points are going to depend on um like other like how much like how much the average like how much people are going to get donated in the same rank like the average is going to be like how many points you will be gaining like how much you're above that point is going to be like what
Holy
you are
shit.
going to be gaining. Yeah, so if it comes to like S3 like to keep being on that rank is probably going to be like you probably need to get like $1,000 donation per week or more.
Holy shit. So it actually is like some people are putting in chat, so like MMR streaming MMR. That's insane.
It's I'm just gonna say like that it's pretty insane. Yeah, like the ranking system is pretty insane. So yeah, like I basically I didn't went after the like the rankings and those kind of things. I just went and did like the um top banner challenge, like the
Hmm.
interview one, did that. And after that I was like, okay,
You're like, that's
I'm
enough
like
for me.
yeah, I just need that for my resume. I'm good.
Never
I'm good.
again.
I'm like I have the numbers. I'm good.
Yeah, yeah, understandable, understandable. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, though, it wouldn't surprise me
Mhm.
if a similar kind of thing is going on with YouTube and Twitch as well. It's just that they don't disclose it to the public.
True. That is, yeah, that is actually true. Yeah. Yeah.
In a
Yeah.
weird kind of way, I
Yeah.
suppose Irium's just like more. They might just be more transparent about it to encourage more competition. But
Yeah. Well, at the same time, like, it like some streamers actually do live off of these, like, cause, don't forget, you also like, out of like getting paid like hourly, you also get the donations for a fact.
yeah, yeah.
Like, some people actually do make a living, but at the same time, I'm just gonna say insurance, few other stuffs. I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea, but um, yeah, like my personal point of view of like the JP VTubing was like yeah, if you really want to like do streaming as like a full-time thing, you need to get in one of the big corpos.
Yeah, that's
That's
like
just my take.
one of the easiest tickets into being able to do streaming full time, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just say like that. That is just my point of view as the JP side of streaming, but EN could be very different. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
mhm.
some people in chat are saying VTuber Royale, which brings me quite brings me quite neatly into. So when we were first talking, so when me and Peter were first
Uh-huh.
talking, like just off stream and stuff, you actually had a pretty interesting theory about
Hmm.
why Annie Live released in the state that it did when it did. I was wondering if you wanted to share that with my chat.
I'm pretty sure they wanted to like become the Irium for like the English culture. If I'm
Yeah.
like yeah, like before Irium released. I'll say Annulive is probably a blessing in disguise for Irium because like they were able to learn off of a lot of stuff. So like what Annulive took the L's. So yeah.
So much about Annie Live and Nexus just comes off so incredibly cynical because uh, it's it makes way too much sense that
Hmm.
Captain just saw that Irium was planning on launching at some
Hmm.
point in 2024 in the West.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
he just shat out this app as quickly as he could without bothering to make sure all of the features were in place, without even bothering to make sure that it could be downloaded on both iOS and Android. So yeah, no, it makes complete sense that this was just a rush job to compete with Irium, which makes it extra funny that it ended up being a perfect example for Irium of what not to do when you launch your app.
Irium, like I'm just gonna say, like from looking at their moves, they are pretty smart of like how to like learn things. Like they, like for example, they are joining Off Guy Expo and those type of events, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. So like they're
Like
actually
they
getting
do,
involved in cons and stuff.
yeah. Like that is a huge thing for the EN side. Like that is a really good sign, and like they're like yeah, like they are like really like fitting try to fit in to like the Western culture, and like I do think like that is like really smart. Comparing to that, yeah, I try to avoid to talk bad stuff about companies because I don't want to bring any drama to my next activities. But
Fair enough.
about Anilive, let's speak about Anilive. I'm like yeah, they rushed too much their business that
Yeah,
like
Azuli pointed out in chat, even when they closed, they didn't have a search function. So
and honestly, just my point of view, they should had hired a agency that was doing business with Irium that was like well known as a company from the JP side, then hiring a brand new agency that was Nexus because like that like the source materials that they were gonna have from like hiring a like existing successful agency is going to be much more better, and like they are gonna have more experience how to handle like talents or like cancellations, those type of things. So
I
um
honestly think they should have gone with literally any agency besides Nexus. Like the thing that really pissed me off when I was looking at the situation
yeah,
between Nexus and Anilive
yeah.
in my streams was because it was very obvious in hindsight that Nexus
Hmm.
existed only to provide content cannon fodder for Anilive, and the decision to
Yeah.
do that just made zero sense from the even from the perspective of Anilive, because if you want to establish your platform in a new market, why would you try to tie a bunch of people's careers to your platform that are not experienced in this industry or content genre just yet? Why not just grab more experienced creators? Maybe shoulder a bit more additional cost to begin with to make it worth their while to stream on your site. But why would you do that? It just made like it's such a short-sighted business decision that it blew my mind.
Like, I'm gonna say their website and like their directions were like good. Like, the way that they like promoted at the beginning was like, I was I was kind of like, oh shit, Irium is fucked because of. I'm sorry about my language, but yeah,
Any life?
yeah, yeah,
Really?
like at the beginning, how like they were promoting things was pretty good, but then uh, next, yeah,
Yeah, it just
yeah, so because
it
like
just made no
out,
sense.
yeah, I don't really want to like put um shame on the person who had gave the idea for this 5 hour sauna session, but
Yeah.
um I do like to like honestly he might be even better being a VTuber than working behind the scene. Um but
I
let's
think
leave that on the
Harry. I
side.
think Harry has the sufficient menhera to be a VTuber. I think he could make a pretty entertaining one.
I think he has more talent to be a entertainer. For a fact, I think, yeah, I think that he might be better being a
He has
talent.
that. He has that kind of. How do I say the kind of
Mm,
Actually, oddly enough, he has a similar appeal to Hassan Piker, where he has that kind of
mm,
like that kind of rich, spoiled child energy that I think he could bring to the table as an entertainer. Like who talks about getting insulted via Twitter and then retreating into a sauna for 5 hours to sulk. Like you say that as if it's a perfectly normal thing to do for the average person, and it just comes
um,
off so like uh
like when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, this is freaking meme material. Let's go."
like who says that? Why would you admit that? Why did you just why? I just don't
Yeah,
understand.
that information doesn't need to be in the blog, and
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
I don't
it's
I,
like the
like.
it's like a more annoying version of when, like, for example, like Sakana from Face Connect talked about how as a child he used to play games by like by throwing lit matches at other children. Where like with that, like it's kind of like it's a similar kind of like, oh, why would you share this? But it's also at least it's funny, because with this it just sounds like entitled. But yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I'm I was like, yeah, like, cause I heard about that on your stream and also I think on Fall stream. I think it was like probably like in the middle of like the donation event he was like working on. But
Hmm.
I was like, okay, this is freaking meme material. I'm gonna meme about this.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course. Like, how can you not, right? Like, it's just comedy.
yeah.
Like, what?
Uh, like I should not be saying this, but yeah, everyone should like start memeing about like 5 hour sauna stuffs. Seriously.
If he ever comes back to like trying to do VTubing, it wouldn't surprise me if the 5 hour thing just made a comeback. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
yeah. As Zahara's right in that, like, it didn't need to be included, but it did make the article a bit more readable. Like in between him trying to justify how he ran his company. Oh,
Like yeah, um, yeah. It's just that. Well, also at the same time, like the EN side is really, really like it. Like comparing to the JP side, it's really hard for like managing towns and things because like it's just really different as a environment. So
hmm.
that is a little understandable, but at the same time, if you are the CEO, you probably should not be
Yeah, don't
like
don't
that.
melt
This is
down on social media. What are you doing?
the the thing is that what makes being a manager like really stressful and hard is that you really cannot talk about work in public because if you do that, like it could be breach of contract. That's number one. Number two, you could get canceled. Number three, it could cause drama. But yeah. Well, and it's kind of unprofessional.
I could
To
see
say.
why it's frustrating if, like, as a manager, you have to
Mhm.
keep a very tight lid on what you say about your work publicly, and then
Yeah.
if you see a CEO like frolicking around just sowing shit, yeah, I can see why that would be annoying, because it's kind of difficult. Like, as a manager,
Hmm.
as if you occupy a managerial role, whether it's in VTubing or somewhere else, at the
Yeah.
very least, you can if a talent is acting up or saying something that threatens their own brand or their coworkers or the company as a whole, you could probably take them aside and go like, look, please calm down a little. Like, it's not what you're doing is harmful. Please stop, etc., etc. But I would imagine it's a lot harder to do that when the person creating that problem is your CEO instead.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say, yeah. Um. mm, yeah. 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 Like, no. Like, I understand the Ian side is like really, really hard for a fact, like to like handle situations, because definitely after like the February 2024 February event, what happened, like things got really harder than before. I'll just like say
Yeah,
that
because
like
I mean, people
clearly, but
are. I would assume that people became a lot more. They started
mhm.
paying a lot more attention, scrutinizing things that people were saying publicly a lot more than they did before.
Yeah. So I will say that, but Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why? Yeah, like, yeah. I think he will be more successful as a VTuber. That's my take. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, he's man. I don't think he
yeah.
has. I don't think he's ready to be a CEO. I'll be perfectly honest. Like, he just doesn't seem
Yeah,
to be. He just doesn't seem to have the equipment to occupy a leadership position of that degree of responsibility.
yeah. Also, yeah. Also, I'll just say that he didn't really have like the understanding of like the Ian culture and those type of
Oh
things, and
yeah, for sure. Like,
yeah,
he was completely blind when he was walking in here.
yeah. So.
Actually, one thing I wanted to ask as a
Hmm?
hypothetical. Let's say
Yeah.
you were a manager for a company, you had to deal with a CEO melting down publicly in the same way that Harry was. How do you even like handle that from your position?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave ASAP before I get canceled.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be.
I can't.
I,
Yeah, fair enough. Now that you
yeah,
point that
yeah,
out,
yeah.
yeah,
I'm like, no, no, no. I'm like, no. I cannot. Like, I cannot handle, um, like, babysitting a CEO and also handling towns.
yeah, fair
No,
enough.
I'm leaving.
I
Yeah,
feel like you
no,
can only do
no.
one of those things, right? Like, you can either try to coddle a CEO, or you actually do a good job of looking after talents. Like, if you have to do both, that's just too much.
I'm like, no, no. I'm like, no, no, no. I'm uh, like, sorry, but no, no, no. I am leaving. Like, I don't want to catch on fire with what the CEO's saying in public and getting tied. Like, there is a freaking risk that the talent is gonna tie in Peter Boxy as a account that well, this
Yeah.
guy works as a. I'm like,
I
fuck.
can I can understand like why
Yeah,
as a manager you don't want to be associated with a company if the CEO is like doing stuff like that.
yeah. I'll be like, no, no. I'm like, no. I worked in like again. I said I worked in 4 companies, and like if I'm seeing that like at the first second month, I'll be like, I'm going to resign.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't see what
Yeah.
else you could do, honestly. But yeah,
Yeah.
I would assume it's the same kind of. I would assume it's the similar rationale to why PR consultants, if they know
Mhm.
that they're getting in bed with a client that is very volatile, they might not want to immediately disclose that they're like working together, because
Um.
it's
Mhm.
it's It's tough because when you're trying to help behind the scenes, right? When you're trying to control the way that a company handles its own communications,
Yeah.
and the people at the top of that company insist on fucking it up all on their own, it becomes very difficult to do your job in a way that ensures that your reputation as someone who's assisting them doesn't get worse by association as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah. I'm like, I also at the same time feel a little like bad for Harry because like I'm just gonna say from a work point of view, like working at the EN sphere is like really hard at the moment. Like, yeah, it's not like it just it's looking at like a lot of agencies closing, like it's
No,
not
it's a tough
easy. I'm just
market.
gonna
Yeah.
yeah, it has been really hard, so I do feel bad for him, but
You are
also at
more
the same time,
sympathetic than I am as a person because I don't I don't feel anything for Harry.
it's probably that I also did work as a manager for a
Oh yeah,
corporation,
that's
so
fair
yeah,
enough. Although I will
probably
say a pretty big
yeah.
distinction between you and Harry is you weren't creating the problems. I would I would assume. It's
Yeah,
it's so
yeah,
annoying how much of Nexus's issues could be directly tied back to its CEO. But yeah, no, it's
yeah, 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 yeah.
it's no, it's
Well,
okay. I'm more than happy to play the bad guy in this scenario where I just go to town on Harry and it's you don't
uh,
please don't feel pressured like you have to join in. It's I'm perfectly
no,
okay with just doing this on my own.
no. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm like, well, the thing is that I'm on the same boat because I did mention about the freaking 5 hour sauna session.
Yeah,
So, yeah, I'm
yeah.
like, it's too late about that. But
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah, yeah, I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
I
Like,
think some people just need. I think some people just deserve to be made fun of, and I think Harry 5 hours so is like one of those, you know.
yeah, well, that is just meme material. I'm like if this was in when COVID was happening, like, did you ever watch like those VTuber memes from like Whole Life, those kind of things?
No, which ones?
Back like it's like old memes that like people were using like those bots that speak and like make jokes about like how Whole Life towns were like reacting, but yeah, I'm pretty sure like there might have been meme videos about it.
Huh.
It was like around COVID.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen those, but maybe
It's
send them to me like after stream.
got it. Yeah, I will. I will. It was like when Kiryu Koko was still like in Hololive, so
Oh,
people
okay.
like it's pretty old. So
Interesting. It might be. It would be like probably like way before my time because I'm still relatively new to VTubing as an industry.
gotcha. Yeah, no, like there was some like there was like a lot of fun meme like yeah, a lot of fun meme videos on the inside of Hololive, and I enjoyed watching those. So
I do think that the Ian side is
Mhm.
we are very quick to shit post. So
Yeah, I kind of do like the Ian memes. Like, yeah, like the always has been meme. Do you know that one?
always yeah.
Yeah, like no, like the people are using those for like Hololive, like I think memes and like me like some stuffs.
Oh,
If I'm not wrong, but
is this Coco's meme review thing?
uh yeah, like it like Coco did pull up like some of the memes for that.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
yeah,
Actually, I'm
like
curious.
yeah.
What are
Mhm.
some of the differences in terms of meme culture between the EN and JP audiences that you've observed?
Uh, JP, JP memes. I'm like JP really doesn't do too many memes. I'll say,
Really?
like, like,
I'd assume that
uh,
they were still they
like,
have shit posting as much as we do. I would assume.
there are some like most of the time, like I like I do think it's just it might just be my humor, but like the funny JP memes are like when they're doing parodies of like some kind of anime, like Dragon Ball,
Okay.
like also like my like the artwork that we're using right now. This is from Konosuba, Aqua Going Insane.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So it's
Yeah.
mostly like taking like already existing images and like like
Yeah, JP memes are like like for example, I think we did talk about this a little bit in like when we were like discussing about this collab, but uh McDonald's using Hatsune Miku as promotion,
yeah, yeah,
like these
yeah,
type of
yeah.
things. Like McDonald's like using um like what was the word again? Sorry, forgot the word. Parody material. Like they've
Yeah.
been using like parody material, like a lot of parody material for like from Nico Nico Doga or like VTubing or like the anime culture in Japan. So like those are like the Japanese meme. They basically just copy like anime stuff that were funny and just do like meme stuffs.
So it's like
Ian
mostly
side like
parody and stuff like that.
yeah, Ian has like those typical like the doggo doge like doge doggo cat meme always has been like
Yeah.
they have particular stuff that they repeat and use.
Yeah, it's like slogans and
So
stuff like that. I mean, I think we also have the
yeah.
kind of like parody, like image manipulation type thing, because I mean, the Fuamoko, the manipulated Fuamoko image thing, was also like one of those things
Yeah,
where
true, true, true.
if I
Hmm.
remember correctly, the JP audience was a little bit mystified by because they didn't understand
Hmm.
why we found this so funny. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think
Hmm.
it's interesting to watch the
Hmm.
different sort of like the different variations of shit posting like cross pollinate between the two audiences. But
One
yeah.
thing I will claim about like JP memes are that because JP is really strict about copyrights, they really can't like definitely if you are in a corporation, like a if you're in a agency, the agency is going to tell you to not use
Oh wait,
uh
yeah, you guys don't have
gifs.
fair use.
Yeah, gifs
Okay, that
like
makes a lot of sense. Okay.
yeah, on what do you call it, on like Twitter, because like they could get a copyright strike. And also yeah, like posting music on Twitter, like that is also a little bit dangerous because
Mm.
on YouTube there is this thing called Jaslack in Japan that where it allows people use like music that are associated to Jaslack on YouTube or multiple platforms. But Jaslack is not associated with Twitter, so if you like post things on Twitter, you need to like ask for the direct copyrights to like the owners. So like they're
Damn, so like
like things that
everything
you
you do, you need like written permission from the copyright
yeah,
holder.
like yeah, you really need to be like really careful. Like there was like few things that so I'm going to talk a little bit about my current like new agency, but
Sure.
because I could also do some music, someone I could do like sing. So and I could translate Japanese lyrics to English. I was like talking about that to my manager, but like he did also mention that like they if the agency wanted to do that, they are probably going to be needing to actually ask the artist themselves if like the relics are okay and allowed to post something like that. Like yeah, I heard like it's really strict.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah, so like the yeah copyright stuffs are really strict. So like those are also things that like why JP Corpals wouldn't actually like you what do you call it like they will won't like use like template memes for a fact,
Huh.
if that makes sense.
That makes a
Yeah,
lot of sense, actually. Yeah, no, because I hadn't considered that before, but now that you've raised that as a point, it makes a lot more sense as to why there is that divide in terms of how the West how the West creates and uses memes versus how JP does.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I like personally I'm like well I'm half Japanese, half Irish American. So like I do like the U.S. humor like more than JP. Will say probably. Maybe
That's.
I might be wrong.
I mean, I'm a bit biased, but so do I. So.
Okay,
Uh,
fair enough.
there isn't
Okie
a
dokie.
very.
Hmm.
I don't. Isn't it a very. Speaking of like the cultural divides between the two, and this is something
Hmm.
that you did bring this up earlier when we were talking about how in the early stages of being a creator on the JP side, you also have to, if being a male creator, you have to understand that your audience is majority not going to be inclined to seek out male creators. I wanted to ask, what are some of the differences in terms of the way that male VTubers are perceived, or maybe treated, or whatever, by other creators, by the audience over in the JP side, compared to how they're regarded on the EN side? Because I know on the EN side, it's a combination between, like you described, like market not really being quite there for male creators, but also it's a
Yeah.
little stigmatized as well in some cases because, well, it's the whole like sex pest thing like makes its way around.
So it's rather going to be two patterns. Well, two patterns. Two patterns. The JP side, I'll say that they do have like male idols that these are more popular, I'll say, or like male creators like similar to you, sort of armchair, and also um like people that do like educational topics, like people talk like there are male streamers that are successful that talk about like educational topics about like it could be VTubing or it could be like any other stuffs. Those been pretty popular on the JP side, I'll say. But like these people are indie, not like corporal streamers, so yeah. um yeah, I'll say like the majority that are really popular are going to be male idols. Like, and like it's just more easier for corporations to actually like sell their talents. So there are like decent amount of like audience that will like to watch those male idols from um from big corporations such as well Nishi, or like other companies such as you know what, I'm not gonna mention the company name. Sorry, but yeah,
Or
but
oh,
yeah,
sorry, yeah.
there are a decent amount of like audience that will actually watch because it's just grown into the culture, and also like a lot of teenagers do like those like male idol cultures in Japan, if I'm not wrong.
Is it when you say, is it like
Uh,
Fujo's?
uh Fujo's. Let's include that too. Yeah, probably.
I see, I see.
I do think like there are a like decent market for Niji JP for that topic, if I'm not wrong.
Hmm.
Yeah, if
Okay.
I'm not wrong. Yeah, I could be wrong, but yeah,
Interesting. Interesting. So
yeah.
overall, would you say
Mhm.
it's kind of compatible in terms of just being maybe a more niche content genre, I suppose, or a more niche
I
demographic that exists for?
I am just gonna say that like mm, there like uh it's still a niche market, like, but comparing to the Ian audience or like the Ian um market, it's still doable than how things are like in the Ian market. I do feel like it's really hard to like grow as a like male streamer, for a
Hmm.
fact, in the VTubing sphere.
Yeah, I do think that you do have to try a bit harder purely because there's less audience to go around. That's that's going to be
Yeah,
inclined to watch you. But
yeah. So, mhm.
do you think that there's actually is there a sort of equivalent to a sort of just broader cultural stigma amongst creators towards males, or is that not really a thing on the JP side?
50-50 with that one. I'm like, uh, mm, if like, I'll just say like if you have like the correct talent and settings, I guess probably.
When you say correct
Um,
talent and settings, what do you mean?
like you need to like as like if you are wanting to join a like JP corporation, like you are going to be needing like settings of like being able to like least settings of skills is going to be able to do gaming. That's number one.
Oh
Number two
yeah, yeah. So you
is
have to be able to fulfill like either like idol gamer or something along those lines.
like like you need to be able to do like music gaming and also like free talk like chatting
Yeah,
with people.
yeah. Okay, that
So
makes
like
sense.
the expectations are pretty high, but once when it comes about indies, it's like you need to like figure it out to how to like bring the male viewers on your side because the majority of like the viewers are male viewers that watch female VTubers. So you need to have like some kind of content that will work in that situation. Like for example, my content was it is Yu-Gi-Oh! And my basic like theme is to climb up to the highest rank with Dark Magician, basically on my channel, like or like just competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I do play it pretty competitively. Like you could check my channel. If people could check my channel if they're curious about it, but yeah, that's
Fair enough. By the
one
way,
thing. But
Peter's channel
oh,
is linked in the description if you want to check him out at any point during the stream.
I'm like, thank you. I'm like, well, I'm gonna graduate, but yeah, thank you so
Yes.
much.
No problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, y- yeah, like, yeah, if you, like, it's 50-50. Like, it's a little hard topic to talk for me to talk about. Yeah,
That's fair
about.
enough. That's okay.
Hmm.
In general, it doesn't sound like this, well, it doesn't sound like there's any drastically like, more or less of a change in circumstance or difference in terms of overall attitude towards male VTubers. It sounds like pretty much compatible across both sides.
Yeah, I would say like it's probably like the same, but I'll just say like the Japanese culture is just more it's stick around the culture long enough, so they do have a little bit more bigger audience for
Yeah,
the male
I would assume
streamers.
that's because the
Yeah,
industry itself is more developed. All creators in there, including male ones, will probably just have
yeah,
more familiarity with how to adapt and etc.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Actually, I
Hmm.
wanted to ask from your like personal perspective, right?
Hmm.
Is there anything, or actually, what aspects of the EN VTubing scene do you wish that the JP VTubing scene would adopt? Speaking as both a talent and a manager.
Uh, memes. My bad. It's more like uh cause back then like like things were more like people more like made more memes about things, but like everything got really like strict about copyrights in the JP
Mm,
side. Comparing to the EN side is more like loose about copyrights and everything.
yeah.
Comparing to the JP side, like so like they I feel like the EN side does have more freedom to like create like jokes and few things from my point of view. Um like I just feel that like it's gotten too strict about copyrights in Japan.
It
So
can
like
feel like a bit suffocating, I would assume.
yeah, it just like from my point of view, I just feel like yeah, like I wish that like uh yeah, things weren't as strict as it was before, like right now, because it was more like um more like people were making more like um jokes, parodies, those kind of things in
People
the
are allowed
past.
to be
So
a bit more, yeah, be a bit
yeah,
more comedic, be a
free.
bit more like expressive, I would assume.
Y- yeah, other than that, the JP, yeah, like mm, outside of that, uh, yeah, like it like I'll say like the JP side is more systemized about like business systemized about VTubing, but like it's gotten like really strict. So like yeah, copyright stuffs those are like the only stuffs that I'm like really that wish is more like easier to go around with, I
Fair
guess.
enough. I mean,
Yeah.
I can, I can understand why, especially from a business perspective, since if you
Mhm.
can't, if your audience doesn't do that, that's a lot of free marketing that you're missing out on as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry,
Like
yeah.
mhm. Oh
No, no,
no,
no,
no.
okay, go on.
I just like to joke around, so yeah,
I think,
like yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
think all of us do, yeah.
yeah, so I'm like, yeah, not being able to do that is just a little sad, I'll
Yeah,
say.
no,
Yeah.
I 100% agree. Actually,
Hmm.
conversely, what is
Hmm.
something that you wish the EN side of VTubing would adopt from the JP side?
Honestly, like, I don't want to be like a person sound like a promotion for Irium, but like I hope like some of like the business models will actually hop into the EN side that way. Like it, like like it just boosts the like community or like the entire sphere because like artists will get more jobs, like there will be more jobs involved like VTubing, so like it'll like help the entire like VTubing sphere on the EN side grow. So I do think if those could actually get transferred to the EN side, like things might get much more better in the future. I'm not saying
Interesting.
it's bad right now, but yeah, like they're like yeah, yeah, like some stuffs could actually um yeah, like like some business models from like from what I saw from Irium could definitely like get could like definitely help like the EN side, but yeah, it's probably gonna take a lot of time for that to happen.
To be honest, I find
Mhm.
it quite. The idea of having a platform be as involved in
Mhm.
trying to encourage its creators to try to do numbers, etc., organize things like
Mhm.
donor competitions among VTubers or
Mhm.
creators who debuted around the same time. That idea seems to be quite interesting. I don't know
Uh,
how well it would translate over to the EN audience, but the idea of a
I
company doing that is quite
yeah.
interesting. Yeah, sorry.
No, 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 go ahead. Sorry, my bad. I also agree with that. Like the donathon part, I'm like iffy. I'm more thinking about like that. What do you call it? That um, like being like donathon part. Well, I guess it's not bad, but like if there are more events that like I think like it's also really hard for Irium that doing promotion events in the US side because
Yeah,
like
they don't have a base
America's
yet.
yeah, they don't have a base, and just thinking about how huge the country is,
Oh
like
yeah, no, absolutely, yeah.
yeah, people can't like easily just travel to like go to one place. It's gonna cost a lot of money. So yeah, the fans need to be like really dedicated to actually go and visit that specific part. But yeah, like uh for example, like having the ping tuber system and have like being able to have people to have access to that system will probably like boost the business for artists in the US side, or it could even like boost the JP side because like people could also like try to hire JP artists because um some tips for some VTubers, but JPN is way more cheaper than the USD. So if you really want to order um like um uh good quality artwork of your like it could be for your thumbnail or it could be anything. You could try to order things from the Japanese side because right now $1 is 150 yen, like $1.50 ish at the JP side. So like like you could pretty much get like 30 to 40% off of what you're trying to get with the same price. You just need to be a little smart. Probably use ChatGPT to like try to order the artwork. But getting back to the topic,
What Peter is
um,
saying is buy the dip.
yeah.
Sorry.
Wait.
Go on.
Oh. Uh. Was that Wait. Was that a positive thing or?
Oh yeah, no. It's just a reference to
Yeah.
it's just
Uh,
day trading and stuff like
oh.
that. When when the value of
Got
a
it. Yeah.
dollar goes down, etc., etc., the best time to buy.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just say that like yeah. That is just some tips that I could probably like point out to like streamers if some streamers are watching because um yeah, like you could Japanese artists like they are really dedicated, good. They have good quality and yeah, like yeah, and like right now USD is higher, so like I'm pretty sure like you could get a good deal off of it. But getting back to the topic, um, yeah,
I was going to
yeah,
say as
it.
well. Sorry, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Other people in chat
Oh,
were pointing this out, but one of the things
mhm,
that I do think is an unconscious side effect of Japan's defamation laws is you don't see as much moralistic shit flinging between individual content
mhm,
creators on the JP side that I think you see quite often on the EN side, especially on Twitter. Because I would
yeah,
imagine
yeah,
having defamation
mhm.
laws like that make people a lot more hesitant in order to start engaging in slap fights, public slap fights like that may damage one or both people's reputations in a significant manner.
Uh, yeah, definitely that, and I'll also say it's also the culture itself. Like they're like I'm pretty sure like the reputation of Japan is people being polite from like the U.S. side, if I'm not wrong, but they backstab a lot of people, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think that aspect of is just entertainment, and that's pretty universal,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to
Okay.
ask, what are some of the
Oh,
differences in
good.
terms of the creator community culture that you see between JP and EN?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, so what are some of the
Mhm.
differences that you see in the creator communities between JP and EN,
The, mhm.
if there are any?
J. I'm like majority of the stuffs I do think are pretty common in both point of views, but like I'm mm, I just feel like um a lot of the Japanese people are more like all in and like they don't like they like they're like freaking samurais and they'll be go all in, wouldn't care about their mental or like their physical health and just try to like yeah, like they are like they go insane if they really are all in to like VTubing. That's what I'll say. And comparing to that, the EN side does do care about like health a lot. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a lot
Yeah.
more of an all or nothing type mentality that
Yeah.
characterizes creators on the JP side.
Yeah. But these are like, um, it is. It is not to every single person. It's not applied to every single person, but like from some creators that I've been like that I've been involved, or like that people that been friends for a decent good amount of time. I'm just gonna say that they are freaking samurais. They're all in. I'm like I don't know how they're freaking doing VTubing full time. Seriously.
Damn.
Yeah. Like well, yeah. Yeah. Like the Ian side does really care about like health and like mental health, and that is important. Like you can't just go insane. So
Yeah,
like that
for
is
sure.
something. Yeah, like I think those are. I don't know if this does make sense, but yeah, like um yeah, like in Japan, I like this is something that I really do care, not do feel about the culture, but like they really don't like care about mental health in like a lot of environments.
So it's not even just like a corporate thing. It's like a person to person thing as well.
Yeah, yeah, like yeah, because there are some streamers that we like. There is a like streamer that there's two streamers that I have in common as a friend that we do talk about, but one streamer got really worried about the person's health because it seemed like that streamer didn't like slept like have been not sleeping at all because like real life work and like VTubing
Oh
both at the
damn.
same
Okay.
time. Yeah, so yeah, those things
Is it like a fairly common thing?
y- like for successful VTubers, I'll say like they pretty much go insane. I'll
Fair
say,
enough.
yeah.
I mean, I guess it's sort of similar on the Ian side as well, because you also have absolute madmen and women going around like
I
sleep
guess.
depriving themselves just to make content.
Yeah, yeah. Like just my from my point of view, I do feel like the JP people need to care about like their mental health more than like um that's something that I do like that is just something that I always been like thinking about like the difference like how they treat mental health is like really differently in like the US and JP. That's it's just something that I've been thinking about like the difference
Oh
of
yeah.
like the culture.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can understand why, to be
Yeah.
honest. Yeah, I mean,
Okie dokie. Sorry.
no,
Sorry,
that's
I don't know if
fine.
that was a good answer,
No,
but yeah.
that was great. That was
Mm,
absolutely fine. So you don't
mhm.
please don't feel like you need to answer a certain way or anything. I think we're all just genuinely curious about what you think about these things. So
Thank you. Mm?
I wanted to ask as well. Actually, uh, does anyone in chat have any questions for Peter while he's still here? Because I feel like it's not very often that we get the chance to actually have like a VTuber manager like in the room with us.
Hey yo, I'm sorry.
It's a nice change. It's a nice change because again, it is
Hmm.
a perspective that I do think is very hard to grab more often than not, because of the fact that
Yeah.
most of your work is behind the scenes, right? And
Y-
in a lot
Yeah.
of ways, I think that being a VTuber manager is very similar to being a PR consultant in the sense that if you do your job right and everything works out
Hmm.
well, no one knows that you were there except for the people who are working there.
Yeah. 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 True. Uh, y- I'll say it depends on which agency you work with, but yeah, I would
That's
not.
true. That's
I do
true.
kind of agree with that. Yeah.
I think even with the even with the best run agencies, right? For the most
Yeah.
part, unless the talents choose to make the managers visible by like shouting them out or complimenting them or giving an anecdote about them, then
Hmm.
I don't think they are very visible at all. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. J- uh,
Okay. Mhm.
uh, Corporal Elamina, what courses do you take in order to learn how to manage talents? Like, how'd you learn your current skill set, by the way?
So this is going to be some stuff that like my IRL job ish stuffs, but like so to talk about my art, like so before being a VTuber, I kind of worked I kind of worked with multiple different jobs, but I worked as a manager in a I so sorry um to start explain where I learned to be like a manager. I was working like originally I was working as a um interpreter for a specific company in New York, and then was almost gonna get in one of the airlines as a flight attendant, but that got denied because of freaking COVID, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna start doing VTubing, and at the meanwhile, my sister's husband does run business in New York, so I asked for a job, work like for working for a position, and kind of got like I did first start like part time, and then they noticed that I was pretty good teaching, so they kind of did put me in a position being a manager for one of these what do you call it museums in New York. Sorry, museums in New York. So yeah, that's where I kind of like learn how to like to teach people as a manager. Then my streaming career did like continued, and uh yeah, like at the same time, because that I explained that like how I actually won the event was pretty like based off of strategies and everything, and people been asking like how like asking advice for events and those kind of things. So I was like pretty much like kind of managing like individual talents or like agency talents at the same time. And then yeah, I did like got a job offer being a manager for like the first agency that I was working off of, like being able to teach people like, and also having a resume being a manager for like a um museum. So yeah, that's pretty much where like uh everything kind of does tie in, that where I start being a manager.
You
Um
really sound like you've been through like a whole bunch of different careers and places, right? That's
that's for sure. Yeah.
that's some real job
Originally
diversity. Yeah.
originally I was not thinking of like going full time on VTubing, because I couldn't take it serious at the beginning, but uh my family is pretty supportive about my VTubing activities, and my younger brother was watching my streams, and um so he is a my younger brother is a um I'll say like a software engineer type of he has a job, something like that. And he was like, like he was like, you're really talented for streaming, so you should probably like try to like do it full time, blah blah blah, a few things. And like he was like, I'll give you my computer. And I was like, what the fuck?
That's actually kind of cute. Oh,
Yeah. So I like that. So like since he did told me that he was gonna give me like his computer, and like he was like my family was supporting about like me starting like doing content creation. So I was like, okay, I'll take this serious and like start doing VTubing pretty seriously. Started off from Yu-Gi-Oh, and then well yeah, I didn't thought like if future wise, like as a career, like just, and also from what I was gaining money from ads wasn't enough to like pay off my bills. So that's where I also did thought about like I needed to have like a stable income that could also like that I could tie in as VTubing and also what do you call it? Uh, yeah, that'll help my career and a few things, and that turned out to be like being a manager. So yeah,
Damn, you really did like all the side quests. Yeah, like
kinda.
I mean, it's nice to hear for once because it's so common in
Hmm.
this industry that when a creator gives their backstory, it's like they had to
Hmm.
fight through the the fucking the three ever present debuffs of all VTubers, which is some combination of social anxiety or a tough family situation or some sort of personal illness or disorder, and to actually hear that for
Hmm.
once you had somebody backing you on pursuing this career. It's a very refreshing change from an all too common experience in this
Thank
particular
you.
side of the industry.
Yeah, I'll say it like, uh, all of my family were really supportive of like VTubing and those things, because um, yeah, well, I guess I'm still growing, but yeah, I guess I'm kind of successful-ish, probably, maybe.
I
I'm not
mean,
sure, but
you seem
they
to be
were
you seem to be
all,
a pretty. I mean,
mm,
to be able to get through what you've gone through, you need to be
yeah,
a pretty competent manager, I would say.
yeah. I'll say that I'm still growing, and yeah, I'll try to grow more, but all my family disagreed about like my manager shop. Like they weren't happy about it. So I'll just say that right
Fair
now.
enough. I don't blame
Yeah,
them, to be honest, but yeah,
yeah.
I'm glad it
Like
seems to have turned out okay.
even yeah, like my friends also were like, are you sure you want to keep doing this? And I was like, yeah, yeah.
That
Okay,
stop you
but
from
yeah,
coming
sorry.
back. No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Mhm,
Jane asked, "What is the
mhm.
best thing that a VTuber can do to make sure that they have smooth interactions with?" They said others in the community, but I assume how do you what would you advise creators to do? Like, what's the best thing that they can do in order to make sure they have smooth interactions with other creators and also with their own communities?
Um, well, I'll say that personal opinion, don't rely on other creators or like other VTubers to grow. That's one thing. Um, um, yeah, like, uh, you need to make your own action and like try to learn by yourself. Like, making mistakes aren't a bad thing. Just as a streamer, um, y- uh, yeah, everyone like will have their own mistake, but you need to like keep trying to like grow, like try to learn. I think that's what is really important as a streamer. And if the things that Wyatt had said, like relying on others, is that um yes, the community might be successful by doing that, but um if the community doesn't success because if it doesn't success, like you don't gain nothing off of it, but like if you just continue your activity as yourself and like try to grow and like try to do your stuffs on your own, like you'll learn more and like you'll grow more and like you'll spend more time like in a better way. And later on, like people will start following you for like putting effort and everything. So you'll end up having a better community than like just like try to like probably like do indie VTuber groups or um what do you call it?
Like,
Or like try to like realize
don't get bogged down in the networking, I would assume.
yeah, first thing you want to do is to like try to like um like I'll say like just keep trying on your own, and like you could ask for help at the same time, but yeah, don't like heavily rely like put responsibilities on others because they don't really owe you anything at the same time. And yeah, like I don't know if this is a good answer, but yeah.
I think
Um,
don't. I think remember that other people don't owe you anything is an
mhm,
underrated bit of advice,
yeah.
because I think especially on the EN side of the industry, there is
Hmm.
a very much there's a people gravitate towards moralizing about things a little bit too much, in my opinion, where
Hmm.
a very common talking point in discussions, especially when things go wrong, is talking about how things should have happened or what should have been
Yeah.
done or what people should do,
Hmm.
without focusing instead on what people actually do or what the realities of the situation are, as unpleasant as they may be. And I think by telling people, nobody else owes you anything, you can't really rely on anybody but yourself, it
Hmm.
is it's a reality of just being making anything, to be honest, not just content, but making anything that people don't like to focus on, understandably so. But
Yeah.
I think that makes it all the more worth emphasizing. So, yeah, you're not
Yeah.
entitled to anything.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for correcting my English.
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
What you
Yeah.
said was, I
Hmm.
mean, again, it made sense. It's just I just
Hmm.
wanted to add on that little bit because, like I said,
Yeah.
that's advice that I don't think
Hmm.
it's nearly as common as it. I think it's a little. It is
Yeah.
unpopular advice, let's say. But yeah,
Yeah. Cause yeah. 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 I'll just that is just something that I probably like learned from my past activities, I guess. Probably like yeah, like at the end of the day, like yeah, even like it really depends on the company, but like usually like people like the company, well, like they'll put themselves first, and then the towns are going to be the second people that they're going to care about. So
yeah.
um yeah, I'll just say that. So like yeah, um yeah, I wouldn't say be too cautious, but yeah, yeah, the at the end of the day, like the person that you could really rely on is yourself. So yeah, that's what I'll say.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Philip there asks, are there any things that you think are really important to keep in mind or to do as a manager that people might not normally think of?
Oh, uh, uh, research how to not get canceled.
I'd say that's a fairly common one though. Like I think a lot of people would like think about that.
No, 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 no. It's not common. Like, just look at how many agencies died
Okay, yeah,
in the
fair
last few.
enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Like, it might sound common, but like, no, they aren't doing that. So that's why things are happening.
I think that's like one of those
That,
interesting things where it's a lot more common among the audience watching than the actual people behind the scenes for some reason, which is really really weird. But
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because the thing is that like I wouldn't say it's a easy environment, but like if you had been tuning in what has been going on, like you should have the answer why not do this a lot of times when like these agencies are getting canceled. So
so many of the mistakes that these companies end up
mhm.
making, these small, especially the small corpos, end up making when they're just trying to find their way into this market, are
Yeah,
things that just that were so easily preventable by doing the barest minimum of market research. It's genuinely
yeah,
mind-boggling, but yeah.
yeah. Like yeah, like. Oh boy, I'm like that's just one thing that I do think that I was probably good at as a manager,
I'd
probably.
say that's a
I wouldn't.
skill that is sorely missed, but yeah.
Yeah, like it sounds common, but um, yeah, like yeah, it's something that people really should be doing. Yeah, and also, you definitely want to be careful what you like with the wording when you talk with talents, because they
Hmm.
could just go ahead and take screenshots and try to expose you if you say something wrong. Yeah, that's something that I'll also be careful.
Word
Like I've
things
been careful about.
carefully, even in private, is generally. I think that's a pretty good point. I think that's a pretty good thing to keep in mind.
Yeah,
Talent or manager,
because
to be honest.
yeah, yeah, because yeah, like those are something that yeah, you want to be careful of. Yeah.
Actually, Sumo Knight, who's your Oshi, Peter?
My Oshi is Shion and Watame and um Flamoko at the moment.
Very good choices. Very good choices.
If we go indie, I will also point out Made Mint,
Ah,
I guess.
also
I,
very good taste. Very good taste.
I think I did tell you that in
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah. Yeah, I'm still like considering if I want to go to like the event that they're hosting right now, but it's a little far. So I'm like it's uh the yeah, it's like 2 hours from actually like probably like 2 hours and uh 2 hours and 30 minutes from my from where I would live right now. So like going and coming back is 5 hours. So I'm like, do I really want to go? But yeah, I am. I'm like it's still not done. So I'm like still considering.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I think there's like a cafe going on at the moment. So yeah.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you really wanna if you wanna if you wanna ditch to go to that, I understand.
I am still considering. I asked. So I do have some Manitomo manager friends
Mm.
that work for different corporations, and I was like he lives nearby Tokyo, so I was like, hey, like I'm thinking of going to this event. Like, do you have any interest to like joining me? And he was like, no, I'm too busy. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm like, like, do I want to go by myself? I'm like,
I mean, surely that's not too bad of a thing, right? You still get to go to a maid cafe. That's something. Surely you can still enjoy
uh,
that
uh,
by yourself, right?
but the thing is that the commute is
Okay,
a
yeah, fair
total
enough.
5 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can
five.
see, I can see
Yeah,
why.
yeah, 5 hours, and I'm like 5 hour, and the Japanese transportation is pretty. It's pricey, so I'm
Hmm.
like, I like thinking. Yeah. Okay.
Um, Master N asked,
Hmm?
"What is actually?" Let me figure out how to ask this. In the companies that you worked for in the past, what were their policies for talents talking about politics? And how do you?
Don't
Was it
do
just don't
not
do
talk
it?
about
Just don't do it.
just don't do. I'm like, if you do it, I'm like, I'm gonna go to the CEO and just say fire this person. I am like, no, don't freaking do that. I'm like, no. I'm like,
Fair enough.
no. I'm like, uh, I'm like, be freaking be professional. Talk about politics with your family or like someone that you trust. But I'm like, not on your freaking VTuber account. I'm like, no,
Fair enough.
yeah.
I do think that's quite an interesting like difference in stance between the EN side and the JP side. Regardless of which side you're talking about, generally when it comes to corpos, it's a taboo to talk about politics using your VTuber persona. But I do find that even in the indie scene, there's like massive difference between how much indies on the EN side of things like to talk about politics versus how little JP indies seem to want to talk about politics.
It's just like in the JP side, like it's like well known to not talk about politics, religions, and baseball. Like it's a thing actually.
I think that yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know. Well, I'm not a big baseball fan, but like I guess they're like huge fans of like
Oh
some
yeah,
teams in
no.
Japan. So
The
they,
sports fans are no joke.
yeah. So
They are
yeah.
like otaku if otaku were violent. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Those are things that like in common that are told to not talk about. Ian side, I did saw some like VTubers talk about politics. I'm just like, well, I'm not that person, so like it's that person's career. That person could do whatever they want to do, but I'm like, I hope that doesn't backfire on you in the future.
yeah,
But
I
yeah,
mean, engaging in politics as a streamer, you need to be prepared to do that, to go all in on that, and to back up your stance when you do choose to engage in that. Otherwise, you just come off a
yeah,
bit. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Politics, yeah, yeah. No, even if this was Ian or JP, I'll be like, first I'm gonna approach the talent, and say like, please delete this post. I'm like, please, don't leave it.
Yeah.
And if they're not gonna listen, I'm gonna be like, um, excuse me, sir, CEO. I'd like to have a talk.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's like one of those things where if you're an indie, I can understand it, but if you're part of a corpo, then it starts to become a little dicey. But
Like even if you're indie, I'll be like, okay, okay. I'm like, okay. What I'm gonna make sure on Collabs that this person is not gonna talk politics with me.
yeah,
Like I'll be like, make sure that it's not gonna happen because I am scared of what's gonna happen if you do that. Yeah.
amen, amen. Uh,
Amen. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Actually, I think that sums it up
Hmm.
for the main
Yeah.
questions that I wanted to grab out from chat. But
Okay. All right.
I want to
Mm-hmm.
ask because I'm probably going to spend the next few minutes just reading out super chats and memberships and catching up on that. So
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I don't want to detain you while I'm doing all of that. I just wanted to ask,
Mm-hmm.
do you have anything that you wanted to plug?
Uh, would it be too much if I actually do talk about what, about like the agency I'm gonna join, or is that okay, or should
No,
I
that's
not
absolutely
like
fine.
talk
Go
about
for
it?
it.
So yeah, I am planning on to join a agency. Yeah, it's going to be a starting agency, but don't worry, I'm like they are gonna pay me enough for I'll just say that they're going to pay me enough to do this as a living, and I'm pretty happy about. I'm like really grateful about it. I'm pretty much going to be like probably streaming around the Ian side, probably. So yeah, and yeah, yeah. Well, I hope this agency doesn't get canceled.
I think
Well,
let's
well,
I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be all right.
yeah,
If they're
yeah,
if they're going to pay you and if they're going to
yeah,
pay you, everything's like above board, and I think
yeah.
it has a good. I don't think it's gonna get cancelled.
Yeah, no, I was just joking about that because like a lot of yeah, it's to just talk about it. Mainly it was going to be focused on JP, but like originally they were only going to hire girls, but like I got in as like a special deal, I guess, and yeah, so and they are gonna hire me like as the only male streamer and the only Ian talent for that agency, I guess. So I will probably be sticking around the Ian side, and yeah, if you find some dude that sounds like my voice, it's probably me. So yeah, just
We'll
saying.
be keeping an eye out over the. When do you debut? I actually sorry. Are you allowed to say like around when?
um, Probably around summer, but
Okay.
they're like we are currently working on like the design, but I wouldn't say which new generation of which company, but there was a really similar looking design for what like the character was gonna be. So we are currently talking if we are gonna change the design or not at the moment.
Interesting. Okay. So around
Yeah.
summer, I guess. I
Yeah.
guess we'll keep our ears
Yeah.
perked up until then, or around then, I
Yeah.
should say. But yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be like, You might find me in your chat. Don't worry. Like
I
I
look
don't
forward to
really
it. I look forward to it.
I don't really mind being in people's chats. So yeah. Okay.
I'd say that's a good thing.
Okay.
It's good. It's
Yeah.
always good to have you around.
Yeah.
You've
Oh,
been
thank you.
welcome here since
Thank you.
day one. You've been nothing but a
Oh,
pleasure to have.
it's been an honor to be in this club and also in your chat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's it for me. Sorry.
No, I feel like you've been apologizing so much throughout this entire stream. You're absolutely fine, my guy.
Oh,
You're
that okay.
okay. You're fine.
One more thing. One more thing to say
Yeah.
is saying sorry is a freaking Japanese culture. Yeah,
Oh, okay. I see.
yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
That is that yeah. Japanese people say sorry like more than like saying thank you. So yeah,
I would assume it's like a filler thing that people say. I would assume, right?
kinda. But I do kind of I did kind of meant sorry in all my sentence. So it might be me. I might be wrong, but yeah.
That's
Um,
understandable.
okay.
Just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure, like again,
Mhm.
you've been nothing but lovely while we've been, together. It's
Got,
fine.
gotcha. Thank you so much. Okie dokie. Yeah. All right. So this sound session was amazing. Again, big shout outs to Sir Harry for these meme material. I really appreciate them.
Evan,
Um,
arigato 5 hour sensei.
ありがとうございます。本当に助かります。はい、okay. Yeah, all right. So, all right. I shall be leaving, and yeah, I'll probably be in the chat. But yeah, for people who actually did join the stream, thank you so much for having me in this amazing, honorable collab. It was a really fun experience, and yeah, I hope you all will have a wonderful day. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All
In
right.
that case, I'll I'll
Mhm.
I'll let you go before I'm gonna try to read through all of the supers and memberships as quickly as possible, so that we can hopefully
Gotcha.
end the stream exactly on 5 hours in Harry's honor.
How many more minutes do we have?
15, well, 14 now. So
14. Okay. All right. I'm leaving. All right. Okay. We're going to end this is 5 hours. All right. Bye bye.
bye bye. And there he goes. It's such a nice feeling to have someone else to talk to about just managing things in general, because I feel like it's such a black box usually when it comes to talking about it. Almost this sort of time. That's true. That's true. I'm going to hold on. Give me a second to switch screens. All right. Let me hold on. There's a knocking sound in the background. Hold on. Let me give me a few seconds to go check out what that is. I'll be back in a jiff. I think the neighbors are doing construction work of some sort. Just it's just really loud. All right. Let me take a look at the supers that I missed. So you can be careful. It's Billy knocking on my window. I said no, Billy. The feet come at 10k. Hold on. No, not 10k. 20k. What am I saying? I've been gaslit by you guys so many times that I forget the number occasionally. Hold on. Let me bring up the activity feed on Stream Elements. Erm. I'm so glad you asked that question after Peter left the call. thank you for the thank you for being a member for 6 months, Jane. The Sauna is a great set. Hope you use it again. I'm sure I'll find some excuse to whip it out again in the future. I think it's simplistic, but it's nice. I like it. I'll probably find some excuse. Thank you for the 593, Billy. Tits, ass, or feet. If you'd asked that while Peter was still here, I would have put you on the chopping block for sure, for sure. Thank you for being a member for 6 months, Sinful Lad. Happy anniversary. Aw. Thanks, Sinful. Thanks. That's very kind of you to say. Casual sorry. Is that a membership, or is that it's in the same color as a membership? Hold on. Scarly Michael Ore, thank you for the holy shit, the 10 gifted memberships. It's very kind of you. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. By the way, for those who didn't see, we have a new emote in chat, added courtesy of Noxin DG. The grab emote. I forget exactly what I called it. Maybe it's grab or squish, one of the two. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that one. It just looks funny. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, Mercurius. Thank you. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you too enjoy those new emotes. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for the $7.90 super chat. Sorry I'm late, Gem Master. No problem at all. By the way, if any of you guys tune in late, no need to apologize or anything for that. It's perfectly fine. VODs are not going anywhere, and they'll be timestamped as well for good measure. Thank you for the gift of membership, Mercurius, right at the beginning. And thank you for being a member. Thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months, Billy. Been edging for 8 months for Chairman's feet. You are foul, Billy. You are foul. I think I read this out already, but thank you for the $3 super, Charlie. All these Canadian VTubers look the same to me. Racism. Anyways, hold on, let me see if there are any that I've missed. I think that's about it for this stream. I think I've got every single one. Actually, hold on. Now that I'm looking through my activity feed, I think there are some that I might have missed from last time, maybe. Actually, I'll figure that out in the meantime, and maybe I'll have a separate super chat reading stream to just go through all of my previous ones and review the VODs and make sure I've read out all of the supers. But in any case, well, now we have just 9 minutes left until the meme is complete. Mercurius, thank you for being a member for 8 months. Hold on, let me pull out the message in full so that I can read it. I've missed the stream, but I'm not apologizing. Based, and red pilled. Go on, Armchair, we're almost at sauna time. Don't worry. I know. But in any case, so I don't know if you can hear it, but I spent the majority of this morning basically, how do I say it? Dehydrating myself via the nostrils. So I don't know if I'm coming down with something. I hope I'm not. But in the case that I end up waking up tomorrow with a raging sore throat, if I have to, there's a chance that I may have to move the stream that I've scheduled for VCard to next week. But if that's the case, don't worry. You guys will be told the day before. Hopefully, nothing's wrong and everything goes ahead as planned. But I'm ready for the worst. It's honestly a blessing that I had the collab today, because it's being able to have someone else to talk to, so that I don't have to constantly be muting myself to blow my nose. It was truly a blessing that came right when I needed it. But in any case, Master and I came up with a way better question about his opinion on Hololive's managerial troubles just after I posted my first question. Now, oh, that's okay. Well, look, I'm sure this won't be the last time that I end up speaking with Peter, or we even end up talking to a manager as part of a collab for streams. That's perfectly fine. It's fine. We're used to waiting with our V cards. I see what you did there, Sumina. I see what you did there. But yeah, dehydration check? No, I've been keeping quite hydrated throughout the entire stream. But yeah, I appreciate the reminder. I appreciate the reminder. It's been a year of Chairman lectures. Yeah, I think I missed the anniversary at some point over the last week or so. But yeah, no, this has been holy shit. When I think about it, it's been kind of surreal, if I'm being honest. Almost, we're not too far away from 10k, and also on top of that, well, I've gotten to talk to a lot of different people. Peter being someone who I genuinely didn't think that I was going to be able to get into a spot where someone like Peter would be comfortable talking to me. But I'm very glad that he felt like reaching out. He's a lovely guy to talk to. Absolutely insane what he has managed to persevere through over the course of his career. And talking to him has been a joy. I do worry a little bit that he might have been a bit. I do worry that he might have been a bit apprehensive on stream, but I do hope that he feels comfortable enough coming back for a second time at some point in the future, because I'd love to do this again. But yeah, oh, it was Feb 27. Yeah, I forgot. But yeah, I'm sure your opinion on the myth on the end of Feb/March curse time period for VTubing. I think it's real. Well, to be fair, you need 3 years. You need 3 things to make a pattern, right? Otherwise, 2 is just a coincidence. So far, 2024, 2025, it's held true as a pattern of, well, bad things happening around this time of year. But we'll see come next year if it actually becomes a pattern, if the trend holds. But yeah. But here's thank you for the 5. Congratulations on creating your own niche, Chairman. I don't think I created this niche. To be fair, I think there were other people doing this kind of content before I came in and started doing it. But I'm very appreciative of the fact that it wasn't that, it doesn't seem to have been as big of a thing prior to me getting here. Niji did, in a very weird way, allow me to do this. Oh, Peter, sounds cool to me. I'm glad to hear it. Some point in the future, we'll manage to schedule another collab. But yeah, it was really nice talking to you. You just do it the best. I don't know about that one. There are definitely other people who do it better than me. There are certainly other people who do it more agreeably than I do, which is admittedly, again, for all of my strengths, that is an aspect of the way that I express myself, the way that I do my content, that I understand people having issues with. And, well, I myself don't really see it as something that needs to change. I do acknowledge that is a shortcoming that may inherently accompany my content. But if it works, and if it works for you guys, I think it's fine. JB side. I don't know any others. I think there will be in the future, hopefully. I would hope that I'm not the only one that's able to occupy this niche. Because if other people are willing to give it a go and, they bring something to the table in terms of their perspectives, their research, their qualifications, I think the entire industry would be better as a result of that. Because as much as I try to give you guys words and concepts and stuff like that, I am very far from being, again, I am no qualified expert. I am, my experience is limited. My ability to, my ability to understand things is. it is somewhat limited by the fact that I am not a certified expert or anything like that. The cursed analogies are fun. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. You are the armchair expert, but yes. Alright, let me find a raid target, just as we're in the last 2 minutes of stream. If there is any. Does anyone have an indie gem that they'd like to show off? You're certified in our hearts? Aw, thank you, Jane. Maybe we were the real armchair experts all along. It's almost sauna time. Come on, quick, less than a minute left. Somebody give me an indie. Give me an indie we haven't rated before. Come on. Come on, come on. You guys can do it. I trust. I trust in your taste. Sometimes it's good to be disagreeable. That's true, that's true. Again, that's why I wouldn't trade it, although I understand that it's not for everybody. It's the end of the financial year, that's why everything goes to shit. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Alright, hold on. Let me just try selecting one. None I follow are live. Same for me. Oh well, I guess we just end the stream here. Thank you once again for tuning into this stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for giving Peter such a warm welcome as well. And doing, just making him feel comfortable around here. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll get to see you guys later on this week. But if not, then, well, I'll curse my health and then we'll come back to it next week as if nothing ever happened. But like, subscribe, comment, do all those things, etc., etc. Follow me on Twitter, yada yada. And thank you again for tuning into the stream. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.